You may begin.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of Tuesday, April 6th, 2020. I now call the meeting to order. It's now time for the national anthem and Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's rendition of the Star Spangled Banner will be sung by Lily Oresti, who is currently a junior at Newport Harbor High School. Lily is a singer and actor, and she's been involved in the Newport Harbor Vocal Music Program for 3 years. Lily is also the co-president of this year's new Keep the Arts Alive Club, and she enjoys performing musical theater the most. Thank you also to Newport Harbor High Vocal Music Director Jeffrey Laydon for helping arrange these student performances for us. Please be sure to follow their singing groups on Facebook and Instagram at NHHS Vocal Music. Now, please join me as we stand while Lily sings our national anthem and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. When that happens, I'll say ready, begin, and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Beautiful, thank you. Now the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now it's time for a moment of solemn expression led by my friend, Pastor Christine Knopf from Redemption Church. Ms. Green, please take Ms. Knopf off mute to lead the moment of solemn expression.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's nice to see all of you. I just want to invite you to take a deep breath as we're coming out of one portion of our day, stepping into your meeting. In the Christian tradition, we just celebrated Easter, celebrating resurrection, and a tenet of our faith is that this idea that from death comes life and the paradox of that. And I think that as we're looking at emerging from this pandemic and as you step into decisions that have to be made this evening, and as our community is making decisions in their own lives, I just wanted to read this passage out of Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah, that speaks to us of this idea of new things emerging. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. The wild animals honor me, the jackals and the owls, because I provide water in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. May wisdom and good judgment be like charms around your neck this evening in your deliberations. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much for those words. We have two presentations tonight. In the first one, we're going to honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'm
Yes.
sorry. May I please do roll call?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the roll call.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Gameros will be absent tonight. Councilmember Harlan.
Present.
Councilmember Harper.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you. And then next would be City Attorney closed session report.
Right. Yeah, I know. I already fouled one off. So let's, Ms. Barlow, do you have any report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You'll hit a home run on this one. There's no reportable action taken in closed session this evening. We'll be back with another closed session next meeting. Thank you.
All right. That's easy. We made good time on that. Now, you see, I was so excited to get to our presentation because it pertains, first presentation, to Supervisor Katrina Foley. Is Supervisor Foley on yet? She was going to sign on at around 6:15. I don't know. Is she on yet?
Madam Mayor,
If she-
Mr. Mayor. No, I don't believe she's on quite yet. If we'd like to do the other presentation.
Yes, let's do the other presentation and we'll circle back to Supervisor Foley. So the next presentation has to do with Sexual Assault Awareness Month, very serious topic. And we've got a proclamation that's been prepared by staff, and I'm going to read that proclamation. The recitals go, whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month was first observed by the United States in April 2001 to raise awareness about sexual assault, as well as ways to prevent sexual violence and support survivors. And whereas each year during Assault Awareness Month, we recommit to ending the outrage of sexual assault, supporting survivors, and building a culture that does not tolerate sexual violence. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is a time to draw attention to the prevalence of sexual assault and educate people about how to enhance community safety. And whereas sexual assault is a widespread problem in the United States, nearly 1 in 5 women and 1 in 67 men have been sexually assaulted at some time in their lives, and 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls will experience sexual assault before the age of 18. And whereas sexual assault occurs in all communities and online, increasing virtual connection can result in online abuse and harassment. The trauma of online abuse is devastating for many survivors. And whereas 2021 marks the 20th anniversary of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and the theme of this year's campaign is we can build safe online spaces. The campaign calls on us to create online spaces that are built on the foundational values of practicing consent, keeping children safe, and supporting survivors. Now, therefore, I, John Stevens, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the City of Costa Mesa. I join advocates and communities across the country in preventing online abuse. Together, we can build safer communities now and into the future. And I would like to recognize and thank Mayor Pro Tem Mar for bringing this item forth. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any comments you'd like to make regarding this proclamation and this issue?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Just quickly, this was brought to my attention by Mayor Pro Tem Kinwin in Garden Grove. This is an issue that's very important to her, and she's been putting a lot of effort into raising awareness around the county. Namely, we only have one rape crisis center in Orange County, and I think it's sort of incumbent on all of us to do as much as we can to both educate the public, and Supervisor Foley is joining, both educate the public about sexual assault and consent, and also advocate to provide as much support to survivors as possible within our communities. So thank you for taking the opportunity to recognize this month as our opportunity to do that, and to Mayor Pro Tem Nguyen for her advocacy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And for my part, I'll say that this is a very important issue. Any type of violence, but sexual assault is a very important thing to denounce and to address and to support the survivors. And we see in so many things that we do how the issues that we see in our community are trauma-based. And to eliminate trauma and to address people that have suffered trauma is very important for our community. And I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and I appreciate that we are recognizing this today. So now let's take a little segue and go to Supervisor Foley, who's on with us. Hi. So Supervisor Foley is about to get lavished with all kinds of gifts and recognition, all very, very deserving. We're here to honor you and honor your commitment to the city and your continued commitment in the way that you deserve to be honored. And we're going to start with a video. Costa Mesa TV has made a video for you. So let's roll the clip. Wow, thank you. That's beautiful. So many great memories there. So thank you to Costa Mesa TV. That's a really wonderful tribute. So now I would like to present, and I wish I could hand this to you, the key to the city. The key to the city. And I promise we'll never change the locks to the city now that you have the key. And we'll get that to you. And this one you have to be really careful with. Hold on, I got to get it. It's a crystal gavel. It says, City of Costa Mesa, Katrina Foley. You can't really use it, but it's a beautiful decoration. And I promise not to drop it. And now I'm going to read this proclamation. And it's kind of long, but you know what? As we saw in those photographs, there's a lot to write about. Whereas, with more than 20 years of public service to the city of Costa Mesa, Katrina Foley is one of the most prominent and influential civic leaders in the city's history through her years of support and advocacy for our residents, especially children and vulnerable segments of the community, businesses, youth sports, public health and safety, education, and the arts. Whereas Katrina Foley is a devoted mother to Sam and Ben, a dedicated wife to Casey, and a loving daughter to Amelia and Foley, and granddaughter to Emily. Whereas Katrina Foley overcame a challenging childhood to earn a Bachelor of Arts degree in English from UCLA with an emphasis in women's studies and a law degree from Seattle University School of Law. Whereas Katrina Foley has served as a room mom and a team mom. She was the past president of the Costa Mesa High School Foundation and Costa Mesa Football Boosters. She was the director and secretary for the Costa Mesa Community Athletics Foundation, known as Costa Mesa United, and president and founder of the National Scholastic Skateboarding League. And whereas Katrina Foley has served as a director of 4 countywide nonprofit boards, the Girl Scouts, the Orange County Women Lawyers Association, the Orange County Trial Lawyers Association, and Orange County Head Start. And whereas Katrina Foley is a member of the Hispanic and Celtic Bar Associations and has volunteered her time for numerous civic organizations, including Pediatric Cancer Research, TH Hoops, Costa Mesa Pop Warner, the Costa Mesa High School and Sonora Elementary School PTAs, where she is a past president and honorary service award recipient. And whereas Katrina Foley served her community as chair of the Orange Coast College President Search Committee and has previously served as chair of the Coast Community College Citizens Oversight Committee and a trustee for the Vector Control Board, and a council representative for the Advisory Council to the Orange County Great Park. And whereas Katrina Foley has been a member of the California State Bar since 1996 and is the owner of the Foley Group, PLC, a law firm specializing in enforcing employees' rights. And whereas Katrina Foley was appointed to the Costa Mesa Human Relations Commission in 1997, and whereas Katrina Foley was appointed to the Costa Mesa Planning Commission in June of 1999. And whereas Katrina Foley was elected to and served on the Costa Mesa City Council for over 10 years, from 2004 through 2010 and 2014 through 2018. And whereas Katrina Foley was elected to serve on the Newport Mesa Unified School District Board of Trustees from 2010 to 2014, and whereas Katrina Foley became the Costa Mesa's first directly elected mayor in 2018 and was re-elected mayor in 2020, And whereas Katrina Foley was elected to the Orange County Board of Supervisors in 2021, representing District 2, which includes Costa Mesa. And whereas Katrina Foley is a loyal and trusted friend who has nurtured and mentored countless public servants who strive to model her legacy of hard work and persistence. Whereas Katrina Foley is fearless and indefatigable and has taken on any challenge thrown at her in her passionate pursuit to make Costa Mesa a peaceful, safe, and vibrant city to live, work, and play and raise a family. Now, therefore, I, John Stevens, Mayor of the City of Costa Mesa, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby express our sincere thanks and gratitude to Katrina Foley for her dedicated service and continued commitment to the City of Costa Mesa in her new role as Orange County Board of Supervisors for District 2. I have also a proclamation from Senator Dave Min, which mercifully I'm not going to read, and another proclamation. They're very big and heavy. They're really beautiful, though, from Assembly Member Cotty Petrie Norris. And now, to continue the festivities, I'll turn it over to City Manager Miss Lori Farrell Harrison, who has more for you. Oh, one last thing I didn't say. In this envelope, Supervisor Foley, is a gift from the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa. And it's a gift certificate to the #1 rated restaurant in Southern California at Taco Maria, because you deserve the best, and we have the best right here in Costa Mesa. Now, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, for that lovely and beautiful and profound dedication. And so, Supervisor Foley, on behalf of the leadership team of the City of Costa Mesa, on behalf of our 600 plus permanent and full-time employees, I just wanted to again express my congratulations to you and our gratitude for the incredible work and dedication that you've shown to everybody in Costa Mesa, to the employees, to our businesses, to our residents, to our families, our neighboring cities, and how you've brought everyone together when we've had issues that were of common concern throughout the region. Just your leadership, your expertise, your brilliance, and your indefatigability, basically your tirelessness and your persistence is unparalleled. I think we can all agree on that. We're just so incredibly happy for you. We know that we're in a unique position in Costa Mesa that we hopefully we will keep it to ourselves, will be your favorite city. We know that your heart is here, but now your interests and your passions are going to broaden, and you're going to bring all of that incredible commitment, dedication, and all of that ferocity and all of that passion to the region as a whole, and we'll all be better for it. Us and all of the neighboring cities that we've partnered with on so many incredible initiatives. And so we're just super thrilled for you and super thrilled for us, and really excited for the entire region because of everything that I'm sure you're going to bring to bear for us to be better as a district and to be better as individual cities and to be better public servants. And so there aren't enough words to express our gratitude for everything that you've done. I have worked side by side with you for the past 2 years, and I know how hard you work. It's very difficult to keep up with you and your energy. So God bless your staff at the county. They're going to need NoDoz and a lot of rest, because your passion and your energy is truly unmatched. And so I know we're going to be better for it. And I just can't wait to see all the great things that are going to happen with the new crew at your office and District 2. So we're excited to be a part of that. And, we're here to serve you. So I wanted to share with you some gifts that we have as staff for you. And so first, I'm going to start with your favorite, which is the city tile. We know that no going away in the city of Costa Mesa is worthy without a city tile. And so when I come to your office, I expect to see this very prominently displayed so that everyone can see your homegrown Costa Mesa, which everybody knows, but here's the official designation. And so we have your official city tile here, amazing Costa Mesa tradition. We have the photo book, which is also a long-standing tradition in here. It's not quite as extensive as the video, but it's a keepsake that I hope that you'll treasure with your family. I know that, Sam and Ben they're just gonna have so many great memories of the work that you've done. It's something that you can pass on to your grandchildren when you have them and your family to just show the legacy. And please thank your mom and your grandmother too for being part of the Foley commitment. To everything that you've done. And we have one more gift, compliments of public services. And so no going away would be real and meaningful without a Mayor Katrina Foley Way. It's a long sign. And so we're just happy to have the opportunity to share with you how much we appreciate your contributions. And I also want to thank your family, Supervisor Foley, because none of us can do these jobs, especially in elected official positions, without the commitment and the dedication and the sacrifices of our spouses, of our children, of our parents. And I have watched, Casey, Sam, Ben, and your mother, your grandmother, and even, coming to events and being supportive of you in your journey. And so on behalf of all of the City of Costa Mesa employees, thank you to them as well. We know that it's not always easy. And it's a big commitment, and it's a lot of time away from you, and you being a cherished loved one. We know that that's difficult. So thank you. Thank your family for your commitment to the City of Costa Mesa and generations of employees. And we just wish you nothing but the best of luck in your new journey. And now we have a video for you from Assemblywoman Kati Petrie-Norris.
Good evening, Costa Mesa. This is Assemblywoman Kati Petrie-Norris. So pleased I can join you tonight to help recognize former Costa Mesa Mayor and newly elected Orange County Supervisor, Katrina Foley. Katrina Foley has served the City of Costa Mesa since 2004, and in that time, she has notched some notable and important firsts. She became the city's first directly elected mayor in 2018, and she also presided over the city's first majority female city council. And over the course of the past year, Katrina Foley really has demonstrated true leadership in the midst of a crisis. Along with the city council, she helped Costa Mesa navigate the COVID-19 pandemic, preserving the city's budget and providing necessary supports and services to struggling small businesses, workers, and families all across the City of Costa Mesa. After her nearly 2 decades of service for the city, she is ready to serve all of Orange County as our newest supervisor. And while I know we are going to miss her as the mayor of Costa Mesa, I think we also know that she is going to do a tremendous job in her new role. Supervisor Foley, thank you for all that you do. Thank you for your leadership and your partnership. So excited to continue to work with you as our newest supervisor. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm going to give each council member an opportunity to very briefly say a few words to Supervisor Foley, and then Supervisor Foley an opportunity to defend herself. No, I'm just kidding. So who wants to go first?
Mayor Stevens, I think I already said my goodbyes last time and jumped in, but and it's on the card from Taco Maria, but I think indefatigable, I can't even say it, is certainly the word I would use. And thank you for all of your efforts over the years, Katrina.
All right, great. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, same. I spilled it all out last meeting when I thought it was our last chance. But thank you for your service to the city, and thank you for hitting the ground running. I have benefited. I got an extra vaccine. My arm's hurting a little bit, so thanks for continuing to focus on that and continuing to push to help get vaccines, especially closer to communities. So looking forward to all of the good work that you're going to continue to do, and remember your favorite city.
Councilmember Harlan, do you have anything to say to the supervisor?
There's not much left to say, really. I just want to say thank you, Katrina, for your friendship and your mentorship, and really just being the consummate champion for Costa Mesa.
Wonderful. So what about Councilmember Harper?
Oh, of course. I said it last time. I appreciate you laughing, Katrina. She did reach out to me when I was elected and been very nice and very kind, and didn't hold it against me for voting against her every time. But I do wish you the best, Katrina. Only one time? I think it was more than once. I have a bad memory. Okay, thank you. Anyway, good luck with everything, Katrina.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Brother Foley, I keep telling you, I'm sad to see you off of this dais in Costa Mesa, but I'm incredibly happy for the County of Orange because they're going to see how effective you are as a leader and how efficient you are at solving issues and resolving problems. So sad you're gone in Costa Mesa, but I know we both have a soft spot in your heart, hopefully, and best wishes in your new job.
And Katrina or Supervisor Foley, you know how much I care about you, and it's been a pleasure to be your wingman. And I think you could see that my footprints or fingerprints were all over that proclamation, and it's pronounced indefatigable. And so the floor is yours.
Definitely, thank you.
If you want to say a few words.
Sure. I know you have a lot on your agenda for tonight. I'm just sort of overwhelmed with gratitude for the time that I spent in Costa Mesa. It feels weird to be a guest on this screen. And I looked at those pictures and, it's been yesterday, I think, was, or the day before, my days are all running together, was a couple years since we first opened that shelter in Costa Mesa. And to think about all that happened, most of those pictures are over the last 2.5 years. So much done in a very short period of time. So I'm going to miss all of you. I already do. I miss just knowing where everything is, knowing who to ask for something. But our team is getting revved up and we're getting situated and acclimated. And I don't know if any of you know, but your representative on behalf of District 2 is none other than Councilmember Manuel Chavez. So he's working in our office and he will be a resource for you to get direct information about issues of concern. We've already hit the ground running with regard to vaccines. We, of course, opened the fairgrounds, and I have a call at, what time is it? 6:45 with Dr. Chow to talk about how we can add more time slots to the fairgrounds as well as throughout our district here. And so that's our top priority, is just getting more shots in arms, because the state's opening up on June 15th, in case you didn't know. And it's going to be important that we all get vaccinated. So that's our top priority. But really, I've had 7 binders, like thick binders, to get through this week. It's, even though I come with so much experience, there's so much more to learn. And so it's been an interesting week, but there's a lot of partnerships that we have for this next year. I'm going to be calling because of some items that are on our agenda. And I know that Councilmember Reynolds and Mayor Pro Tem Mar will be excited. Something on our agenda is going to be true to your hearts in terms of food distribution. I finally have a chance to give you the money that you need. So I'll be calling to talk to you about your priorities. So looking forward to the partnership and continuing to work on behalf of Costa Mesa, and to all the city team, the leadership team. You all are amazing. And it's so important to the council for you to realize how amazing your team is and how you are able to work really directly with them. Now that I'm in this big bureaucracy, I can appreciate that a lot more. And so really take advantage of that. Thank you to our public safety team. Thank you for all your hard work over all the years, but these last couple years, which has been really tough. Thank you to our public works, Raja. I have enjoyed working with you, and I can't wait to work with you on the OCTA, because now I sit on that board and you're the on it in the technical advisory capacity. So I'm looking forward to us continuing our work there. Jennifer, thank you for leading the planning department during the most difficult time ever in the history of the world, literally, and taking the reins there, and for your thoughtfulness, your careful attention to detail. I know you're going to grow into that position, and the team really loves you, and you're going to do a great job. So just be confident and trust yourself. And Carol, it's been so wonderful to get to know you and your finance background and how you've stewarded the city in partnership with Lorianne Farrell Harrison through these difficult times. I know that the city is in really good hands with you. They're taking care of the finances better than probably we've ever been before. So thank you so much for that. And of course, Steve, I see you over there. I want to thank you for always being available. Your team and the IT, especially during this last year, has been really tough, and you've always find a way to fix. And I can't wait to read in the paper, in the Daily Pilot, about how the city moved into the next century with the IT. And of course, I know that that's a long time coming. Been a long time coming. Susan, we're going to be talking a lot. You haven't gotten rid of me yet, because my priority is going to be to create a plan for District 2 that addresses homelessness and supportive housing. And so, of course, your insights, your knowledge, your experience is going to be really valuable, not just for Costa Mesa, but for others in the district and the whole county. So I'll be calling. Thanks so much for your passion and your care for the people that can't care for themselves. So really, it's great to get to know you this last year. And then, of course, City Attorney Barlow, right before this call, I was on a call with my new boss, the general counsel. And I know he thinks it's the other way, but I don't know, based on the call, I wonder. But just like with you, I'll be prepared, and you taught me, I think, how to, even though I'm a lawyer and I can't really take that hat off, but how to separate the advocacy from the policy making. And I appreciate that. I think that will serve me well in my new position. And thank you so much for always having the best interests of the city of Costa Mesa in representing the city and protecting their legal interests. Certainly, Chief Glass, I thanked public safety in general, but I did want to just congratulate you on your year. Well, I guess it's a little more than a year now, but just coming on board as the police chief during this unstable time and creating stability in the department is something to be really proud of. And so thank you so much for your leadership. And I know that the future for you is, you've got lots to look forward to in the future. So thank you for serving all these years in Costa Mesa. We really appreciate you. And Chief Stefano, I'm always going to be texting and calling you because you're my key to getting anything done right now with the vaccines. So thank you so much for your leadership and your growing of the department in a way that stabilized it, so that the team is really strong right now. I think overall in the city and in every department, you guys have to hire more people, but you'll get there. You have a good leader at the top in Lorianne Farrell Harrison, and I know that that the city council leadership support, making sure that you have sufficient people to do the jobs to serve the public, because really that's what it's all about, serving the public and making sure that our community is cared for, is safe, and is fun. So don't forget to have fun, everybody. I'm hoping to have some fun this summer with all of you. and my heart is full. It's overwhelming, and I just appreciate all of you so, so much. So I know that the city is in good hands with you. Thank you so much, and I will see you hopefully in person soon. Good
All
night.
right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great segue to Supervisor Foley, because there's nothing more fun than public comments, which will be heard at this time on items that are on the that are not on the agenda. So you can't talk about items that are on the agenda, but if they're not on the agenda, that's what you can talk about. If you'd like to speak, please use the raise hand option on your screen. If you're joining the meeting on your phone and would like to speak, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 when prompted to begin speaking. If you'd like city staff or council to contact you to follow up on any item, please email the city clerk your contact information at cityclerk@costamesaca.gov. Now, it's 3 minutes that you can take. You don't have to take 3 minutes. And Madam Clerk, would you please, when people get to 1 minute, give them fair warning so they can wrap up and complete their thoughts. Who do we have first, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we will alert people at 1 minute. And the first speaker is phone number ending in 869.
Hi, good evening. Well, I'm all for awards and recognition, but that sure was a lot of bloviating pomp and circumstance. So my public comment tonight has to deal with use of profanity in political speech and censorship thereof by the city of Costa Mesa. I've been complaining about this since mid-December when I heard of another resident whose video was edited. The profanity was removed, even though that was his experience. And then as a form of protest, I've been calling in and using profanity until the city stops doing that. So when a government decides to offer public comment period in an open meeting, it provides that citizens may exercise their First Amendment right. Government officials can limit comments to the relevant subject matter, control disruptive or overly repetitive speakers, and impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on speech. However, when government officials create a public comment forum, they have created a limited public forum in which greater free speech protections apply. The government may not silence speakers on the basis of their viewpoint or the content of their speech. The government must treat similarly situated speakers similarly. In essence, the government must live up to the values embodied in the First Amendment. Now, Ms. Barlow has used FCC versus Pacifica Foundation as the basis for bleeping the profanity in public comment. Is based on a case with George Carlin's filthy words such as shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. However, how that is not applicable to political meetings, because political meetings are different. It's political speech, and therefore mandates the highest form of protection. So the city attorney should know better. This does not apply. Furthermore, even if this did apply, you're applying it inconsistently. Namely, if I'm testing now, you need to bleep me now because this is a broadcast, not just bleeping it later. So that's inconsistent. Other cities don't do it. Let's not forget that the city used to have on its book that being insolent was not allowed. That pleasure cost the city $900K and having to change its municipal code. And it's too bad that the burden's put on taxpayers, that their money is used to suppress them, and someone has to hire an attorney to fight the city on First Amendment rights. You all should know better and behave better. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Wendy Leese.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Wendy Leese, and I think that was a fitting tribute to Supervisor Foley. Indefatigable is a good word, but she's also the Energizer Bunny. And over the years, I served with Supervisor Foley for a few years on the City Council, And over the years, I think we agreed on more than we disagreed on. So I congratulate her, and she's really a very hard worker. I appreciate all the hard work she did to keep our city safe and clean. And I know that you as a city council will continue to follow her great example. And congratulations, Mayor Stevens. I hope that you will follow Supervisor Foley's lead in running efficient meetings. That challenging with Zoom, but she did a great job in really just keeping the meeting very efficient and time efficient. So the reason I'm calling, in light of the fact that we're going to open up on June 15th, I think it's time to have meetings back at City Hall. The city of Newport Beach, our next door neighbor, has been having meetings in their main council chambers with people in another room speaking in person. And when I went to vote at the last election, I was able to go in that back door. There used to be the print shop, but now it's a lovely big conference room or meeting room. And I think that you can put screens up in there and have social distancing and have all the protocol that we need. But we need to come back to the council chambers, because people are, not everybody is on Zoom, and we want to be there in person. So please, I suggest and highly recommend that somebody puts it on the agenda. So at least that's something that we can look forward to as COVID winds down and we become safer. So I appreciate all your service and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Flo Martin.
I have a PowerPoint that I sent to Ms. Green. I'd like to see that on the screen. And I would like my 3 minutes to start when that happens.
Okay, fair enough. It's loading up. It's on the screen.
Okay. The signage that you're looking at is on the northwest corner of Wilson and Fairview, and it shows that Wilson is a bike route. Next slide. Sadly, there is no bike lane available amidst heavy traffic. Next slide. Cyclists travel on the sidewalk. They always have, and they continue to do today. Next slide. You see pedestrians in the distance and a sign that indicates, watch out for peds. Pedestrians cross at their own risk. Next slide. Pedestrians, moms with strollers, or folks in wheelchairs can't get around this unless they move into the roadway. Next slide. This shows obstructed sidewalk. No one can get around that, and a private property owner is using public space for storage. Next slide. We need 2 crosswalks here. Rutgers Avenue leads to College Park Elementary School, and school kids living on the south side of Wilson are in danger. Next slide. This slide shows Wilson at Fordham, adjacent to Wilson Park. Again, kids and families living in the mid-density housing on the south side of Wilson cross at their own risk. Next slide. The only crosswalk between Harbor and Fairview, more than a mile of roadway, is at Center Way. Next slide. Drivers on Wilson speed a lot. I can verify that, vouch for it. I'm on that road a lot. Thank you. Next slide. Cyclists don't dare to travel in the roadway. They choose safety. Next slide. Looking at Wilson Park at Fordham, I recommend a 3-way stop sign and crosswalks here. School kids and their moms need to be safe. Next slide.
1 minute warning.
The signage speaks volumes. Wilson Street is not safe for bikes or for pedestrians. Next slide. Cyclists and drivers, the two don't mix. Drivers actually cross over the yellow line to pass cyclists who dare to bike here. Just ask Councilwoman Reynolds. Next slide. I reiterate, Wilson Street is not cyclist pedestrian friendly. Next. Wilson Street is a bus route, and the city labels the street as a Class 3 bike route. Unreal. Next slide. Wilson Street is a place that is a crash, or God forbid, an injury or death just waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, and thanks for doing the walk audits. Next is Angel Ayapanticatl. Angel?
Just
Are
1
they
minute,
unmuted?
Mayor. I'm sorry, Mayor, we're having a technical difficulty. If you could go on to another speaker, and then we'll come back.
Of course. Mimi Turgeon is next. Can we unmute Mimi? Ms. Turgeon? There we go.
Okay. Good evening. I'm really talking to Mr. Harlan. I thought I put a face with a name. My name is Michelle Turgeon, and I'm the resident having a problem with the renter behind me on Cecil Place. I would like to know what is happening so I don't get lost like last time when I requested help. The person I was dealing with left the city and no one told me, and I didn't ever find out what was happening. I don't want that to happen again. I have not heard from anyone since I wrote to you 2.5 weeks ago. I have a lot more pictures to go with the log that I sent you. I have a very large backyard with a garden and a pool. You can use Google Maps to see it. I love to garden, and the flies and the smell make it very difficult. I raise tuberous rooted begonias, and I just received 4 from England that cost $75 each. I want to enjoy them. I do have a solution for the renter's failure to clean up after his dog in a timely manner. I would request that the owner of the property pay for daily cleanup, that the owner of the a daily cleanup and weekly power washing of the concrete, and the paid bills be forwarded to me so I can be assured that it's being done. I do not want to have swarms of filth flies in my yard again this summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now we have, can we go back to Angel, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, please go to the next one. Nicole
Nicole
McMillan.
McMillan. Nicole McMillan. Okay, next I have Jay Humphrey.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we do have Nicole McMillan here.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Nicole McMillan, fellow resident of Costa Mesa and member of Save Our Youth, the Soy Youth Council, and Early College High School. I'm reaching out to discuss the issue of raccoons entering my house. I live in the Mesa Verde neighborhood, and for the past few months, they've come in my house through my pet door at night. And I have seen them in my house eating and bothering my 2 cats. The raccoon scares them and has injured them. And other neighbors that live in my area have reported that they have seen them hanging around their houses as well. I request that the city investigates this issue before it progresses to further homes or causes harms to our city's pets. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's go to Jay Humphrey, please.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Can you guys all hear?
Yes, we can.
I wish to express my strong disappointment with this City Council with your willingness to underserve the public during your March 16th meeting. First, I want you, John, to understand this has absolutely nothing to do with you personally, but solely with the actions of the council. And I'm sure you will do your best to do a good job as mayor. On your 16th meeting, you voted to appoint a new mayor to replace Katrina. The staff report opened with, pursuant to government code such and such, city council action is requested to conduct the process for an appointment to the position of mayor and direct the staff accordingly, implying that this meeting was to determine how you were going to replace the mayor. The staff report did say that you could make an appointment direct by either direct format or by application format, and or a special election if there was a failure to appoint within 60 days. The implication was to determine the action to take when Katrina had vacated the office. Nowhere in the report was it clear that an appointment for some future date was an option. You said that for for continuity's sake and cost, you would appoint a mayor. I'm not arguing with that. However, you never fully discussed the options of moving another sitting council member to the mayor position and then fill that district by a special election even, which surely would cost less than a citywide vote. Only 3 of you actually were interested in seeing what applications would surface, but ultimately capitulated to the motion to appoint John. Had you held your ground for expanding public input, it would have forced the mayor to either vote or let the motion die and fail, and the public would have been better served in that action.
1 minute.
You, the council, chose Ms. Mars as your mayor pro tem to take on the duties of the mayor when she was not available. There's no special powers involved, but I have no doubt that Ms. Mars would do the job as well as Katrina. But you, the council, didn't even choose to put her up to work as the mayor pro tem. You basically said, nope, we're just going to move on with something else. I wonder what that says about your actual trust level in the mayor pro tem and their appropriate duties. We're a democracy, and every time, everything we do to reduce public participation for any reason puts a little ding in our democracy. We need to be very conscious of that. The action is another example. This action is another example of keeping the public out of the process. You had a meeting, yes. At the end of the day, the last item at midnight is when the meeting actually ended, and that was the last item in the agenda. They have minimal.
Excuse me, the 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I take none of that personally, my dear former 2016 running mate. Who do we have next?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I just respond to that quickly?
Of course.
I had said publicly, and I had told the 4 reporters who called me the day of that vote that I had no intention of putting my name forward and would withdraw it if it were put forward by a fellow council member. I've got a fairly full-time job and didn't feel like I could do the position justice. So I appreciate the number of people I've had come out in my defense that I was not considered by council. However, I had been pretty clear with anyone who asked me that I did not intend to be the mayor. So just wanted to make that clear to the public. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I correct something?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Thanks, John. Mr. Humphreys, I did vote to go forward with the process. So it was not I think it was a 5-1 vote, and I think Mayor Katrina, so I did vote to go through a process. Nothing against John Stevens. I like John Stevens. But I did want to go through a process, and it did happen around 12:30 or 12:45 at night if I was still awake, if I remember correctly. So.
All right. So anyway, so it's 698 is our next speaker.
You may begin.
Thank you. The Smart and Final by the Soup Kitchen, in its normal operations, is operating as a public nuisance. The California ABC Act prohibits this. Center Street residents urge the city to utilize the California Unlawful Liquor Sales Law, which is specified in California Penal Code sections 11200 to 11207. For viewers unfamiliar with the backroom deal between Smart and Final, the city of Costa Mesa, and the California ABC, resulting in the operation of an outdoor backroom, the operation of which is unable to comply with local law. This public nuisance started in earnest in Q1 2019. We then met with Member Chavez about the issue. There was no improvements in compliance through summer and fall, during which I've spoken at city council hearings and written council members to no avail. Fast forward past literally dozens of calls, hundreds of emails to city staff, including police, code enforcement, elected and appointed officials. We were ignored while the rogue operation was coddled like a baby. On Thanksgiving Day 2020, the outdoor backroom staff loudly schooled backyards and fun use of the N-word and many other words. Since then, I have spoken at every single city council meeting about this city policy where Soup Kitchen neighbors in Member Chavez's district do not enjoy equal protection under the law. This situation continues, and famously so. This outfit and other commercial neighbors like it are above the law, and other operators now behave similarly. Our other liquor license operators in Costa Mesa now also afforded preferential treatment by city and state staff at the expense of neighbors. This liquor licensee across the Soup Kitchen is operating as a public nuisance. We urge the city to abate this public nuisance. You have a law available to you under the Penal Code 11200 to 11700. For those of you curious about how grocery products are handled when a business goes rogue, and why the city and Smart and Final lawyered up, a 30-day log, an audio-visual log, is being live streamed daily on YouTube. Member Lease called in earlier, suggesting the city council meet in person. I would second her sentiment with a proviso that better safe than sorry, and a hybrid style of meeting would probably be best in the middle of a pandemic, and continue to allow phone in. Since the 1st of December, I have watched every city council meeting, and the phone in participation is not that much. So it would not be an undue burden for the benefit gained. So, Mayor Stevens, you have mentioned two pedestrian crosswalks.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Our next is call-in user 1.
I want to give kudos to the council. I thought no Costa Mesa council would descend to the level of the past council, but I have to admit I was wrong. Your lockstep voting, your predetermined actions like the John Stevens mayoral appointment, his appointment to planning and the finance committees, which set up this very scenario, is anything but transparent. An appointment of such magnitude should have been open and considered for others that were interested, residents and candidates alike. John Stevens lost an at-large election in 2012 and lost in his own district in 2020. This should have been a factor to open it up. But that Stevens, after establishing a committee and letting known he wanted to run for mayor, stepped aside for Foley when she lost the state Senate race, and certainly warranted a juicy payback for him and a slap in the face for residents and voters. Now we have a councilman who is also associated with the Board of Supervisors staff. My oh my, the political fat is in the frying pan. City Hall, City Council has been shut down for a year, with closed sessions going longer and more questionable. Transparency is dead and buried, along with the input and voice of our community. That saddens me. The mayoral reins have been handed off with even more chutzpah than that of our last infamous council. A wise woman told me once, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Ethics and decencies should come before political power. If you do the right thing, you never have to worry when the pendulum swings in the opposite direction. And it's a scientific fact. It will swing in the opposite direction. People first, Costa Mesa first, political party, political power. There's no room for it in this council.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. We have Mary Pham.
Hello, how are you guys doing? Can you hear me? Hi, so my name is Mary Pham, and I'm a longtime resident of Costa Mesa and also a small business owner in Costa Mesa of Lollipop Dental on the corner of Harbor and Adams. I have previously expressed my concerns with cannabis allowed in retail centers, specifically in close proximity to youth centers, parks, and my small business that caters 100% specifically to children. The California state law says that no marijuana shop should be located within 600 feet from any K through 12 school, whether it's public or private. And I believe that the state law was intended to protect our children. The distance buffer and measurement standard were based on research and extensive studies to best protect the children. Yet, it's really hard for me to understand why the city of Costa Mesa is considering going against state law and allowing marijuana shops within 600 feet of the school if there is an intervening structure present. I just don't understand that. This will directly affect the children of T. Winkle Middle School because the Hooters Bar and Grill, located at 1507 South Coast Drive, is considering becoming a marijuana megastore. This is less than 500 feet from T. Winkle Middle School. The state law also says that marijuana shops should not be located within 600 feet of a youth center. Again, at the last city council meeting, it was discussed going around state law and doing away with this requirement altogether. So if this is allowed, a marijuana shop could open directly next door to a children's youth center.
1 minute.
And allow this to happen to our children. So why would we want to consider private versus public playgrounds? This is not what I think the state law was trying to differentiate. There's also a large playground located at Harbor and Merrimack Way that would not be protected if the law was passed as is. In fact, a marijuana shop could open right next to this playground. So are there children who play at the private playgrounds less entitled to protection than children who play at another park? So I asked that the council in the city of Costa Mesa to just follow state law and the rules that were written to protect our children in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go back to Angel, please?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Angel, and I attend Early College High School, and I'm the president of the Soy Youth Council. Today, I would like to address an issue that affects every family in Costa Mesa. Sometimes my family wants to play sports, which thankfully, Fairview Park is there to satisfy us. Unfortunately, there are no basketball courts within walking distance. My friends and I used to go to the basketball courts at Estancia High School, but the school is far more protected now, and now they're no longer available for public use. The closest one that my family has access to is in Huntington. I don't think it's all that fair for the residents of Costa Mesa to have to go all the way to Huntington to play a game of basketball. I believe that there should be more public sports spaces to play basketball, volleyball, etc. in Costa Mesa. Thank you for your time, Mayor and City Council members, and I hope y'all will build said parks soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hanging in there with our technical problems. So now it's time for the council members to provide comments and committee reports. When I call on you, please unmute yourself, and we're limited to 4 minutes or less in our comments. So Madam Clerk, same deal. If somebody gets to within 1 minute, please give them a fair warning. The first up is Councilmember Chavez from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to give a quick little thank you to everyone watching us today. Particularly, I want to thank Angel and Nicole for speaking today. They're two young high school students in the Soy Youth Council that I help meet with once a month at Savor Youth. It's always good to see young people get involved and engage in our cities. And I think they both raised some good points. So staff, we got 2 items for us to do. Look at places to get a basketball court in Costa Mesa and see how we can address the pest control issue in Mesa Verde with the raccoons harassing our residents' pets. Alongside that note, I'll try to go pretty quick about talk about today. We had our last parking study meeting on Wednesday. We had residents do a parking survey during the week when able. Really important for everyone in the public to be engaged in that parking survey and any walk audit we do. All this is in service of becoming a more walkable, bikeable friendly city. I was very happy to see Ms. Martin address Wilson Street. My dad lives in that street, so I go there sometimes, and I always see kids running across Wilson to go to the park because there's no crosswalk there. So very, very important for us to address that. And I also want to thank them for walking 19th Street, which also, like Wilson Street, has no bike lane, but is a bike lane route. Again, we need to make sure people are safe when they're out biking and being eco-friendly. We also, in big news, opened our brand new homeless shelter. We unveiled it last week. It was really great to see everyone from the council there. That was really a fruition of a lot of our work early on in our tenure in 2018. We moved pretty quickly to do a homeless shelter. We wanted to make sure that our residents who were homeless had somewhere to go if they wanted to get help. And more importantly as well, we wanted to make sure that we had a way to remove folks who were camping out in the streets, making our constituents feel unsafe. I know in my district, a lot of the moms are now more comfortable walking around because we have a homeless shelter. So just want to thank staff and everyone that's part of this process because it's been a real big benefit for our community here in Costa Mesa and in my district, District 4. Alongside that, I attended the Housing and Public Grants Committee last week. It was really nice seeing a young, robust group of individuals who were discussing how to best allocate funding. Looking forward to bringing that to you guys in another council meeting. I think the group did some really good recommendations. And then, as mentioned by Supervisor Foley, we now have a new super pod here in here in Costa Mesa at the Orange County Fairgrounds. I was there on behalf of the city of Costa Mesa on Wednesday for the unveiling, and it was really cool to see how we're finally getting that last piece of the puzzle here in Costa Mesa. Our district, District 2 in the county, did not have a super pod location. We were one of the last ones to get one. So I'm really happy we have one in our city, and I'm really happy that it's going to be different hours than the rest, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. So those that work late hours, like most people do in my district, or typical working class Americans, they have a chance to go get a vaccine after work, not worry about missing a day of work, and worrying about whether or not they pay rent or get food, etc. So really excited for that. And alongside that, I'll end with one final update. Mr. Chen, I did have your email. I received it yesterday. I know city staff reached back to you with your concerns about setting up equipment. So hopefully you guys can figure that out so we can get your side also monitored as well. We have been keeping an eye on this. As you know, we did have city staff put resources in December to monitor the situation, and we're still monitoring it as we speak. And with that, I think there's one last thing to mention. A resident of mine in the western part of my district near Monrovia has mentioned that it's really dark at night and they feel unsafe walking. It looks like there's no light, no real bright light on Monrovia near Center Street and Townie. So maybe looking into that with covering Edison to see if we can get more brightness in my district would be awesome. But other than that, I'm done for the day. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. From the East Side District 6, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I appreciate Councilmember Chavez's comprehensive update. He covered a couple of my topics, namely our pedestrian master plan and the walk audits, as well as opening up our homeless shelter, which is a tremendous achievement for the city, as well as our partners here in Newport Beach and the County of Orange. I am left with Ms. Turgeon. Thank you very much for coming to council tonight. I am in receipt of your last email responding to my inquiry, and we will make sure that staff can assist you with trying to deal with the neighbor that you have there. I understand that's a very, it's not a situation that anyone wants to be in, so we will be working to try and resolve that for you. The only other thing I want to report on was, I guess, an unfortunate report of a bicyclist fatality occurring this Sunday before last near the east side on 16th near Newport Harbor High School. It was an 80-year-old bicyclist, apparently a beloved architect of the community, and was hit by an alleged drunk driver. It just highlights that this is happening too often in our community. And so to the extent that we're taking significant efforts to try and improve our bicycling and pedestrian infrastructure, I want to keep that at the forefront. And I hope not to have to make a report like this again.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilmember Harlan. Now from District 1, Councilmember Harper.
Thanks, Mayor John Stevens. Yeah, I want to recognize and note that Mary Pham, I share your concerns, and Angel, I love basketball, so anything I can do to help you find a court, I would love to support that. With regard to some other people that spoke, Jay Humphreys and a couple other people, I didn't get their names. While I support my friend John Stevens, I do appreciate your criticism of the process. I think we could have done a more formal process and certainly made the public feel better about it. I've heard that comment outside this meeting as well, and we didn't quite meet expectations, and I pressed for it, but it was pushed. The thing I would like to mention to Mayor Stevens, and I know he'll listen to me, is as we move forward with our agendas, several things that I've noticed that I would love to see out of respect for the staff and our public is more controversial items move to the front of the agenda. And so people that want to make a public comment, they don't sit for the time you talk about. It's a long time. Budget or agenda management, if we can limit the presentations and press on our council, which I know our council does, read the reports, and the public can do the same, and we can limit and save staff time and our time and public time. And the last one's a little more complicated. Well, no, I got two more. The other one, I think we should probably have a hard close at 11 o'clock. We can motion to go further, but I'd like to limit the times we do that and make it a real exception. And then the last one is a little more complicated, if I can explain it properly. I'd love to see agendas come out earlier, much earlier. And that's not to put more pressure on staff. That's more to say, an agenda item today that can wait 2 weeks, it waits 2 weeks. And it allows council time to understand the agenda item, get more questions answered. So maybe we ask less questions in the public, and allows us to communicate, allows the public to look at it for a longer amount of time. So those are my ideas and suggestions, and welcome discussing with council privately or the public. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, next up is Councilmember Reynolds from District 5.
What you're going to say, back to the west side.
Yes.
So thank you. I agree. I assume that others on this council would also love ideas on shortening our meetings. I don't think any of us enjoy being here after midnight, and I certainly prefer not to make decisions after midnight, especially after a full work day, which I think most of us, all of us have. So fully support any ideas there. Let's start with walking and biking. Echo the sentiments we've already heard from members of the public and council members. As you all know, this is an issue I bring up a lot, and it really, it really becomes a more urgent issue, of course, anytime there's an injury or death within our city or in the vicinity of our city or with community members that we're familiar with. When I see, especially as the weather gets better, more and more people walking and biking, and this weekend I saw a lot of fathers and sons. That was the same thing that seemed to pop out at me, and I sort of received that vision with both joy and fear. And so I'm really happy that we're moving forward with this pedestrian master plan. I want to encourage all of the council members and really all of the staff members, even if you're not directly involved, to join a walk audit, because it's such a different experience when you're walking down the street talking about these issues versus just hearing them or thinking about them while you drive. And really that's how I got started in sort of this advocacy vein, was walking down the street with a senior in my district who's partially blind and hearing the way she experiences the street. So really encourage folks to directly participate in the scheduled walk audits or find a constituent, especially one living with a disability, and take a walk or bike around the city with them. I'm going to give you a chance to do a bike ride with a group. We're relaunching the bike rides in Earth Week Earth Week at the end of this month, probably April 25th, with special guest Assistant City Manager Ms. Price. You are all invited. This will be a fun bike ride through the parks on the west side. Okay, on another tough subject on housing. I attended a community meeting last night where I was alerted by some constituents to listen in on questions and concerns that some of our residents are dealing with in terms of housing. And these are residents, many of whom had lost their jobs, or both parents had lost their jobs through COVID. And we've heard some of this before, but just want to keep sort of elevated in our consciousness the daily struggles that many in our community are still having in terms of choosing between food
1 minute,
and
please.
rent. Oh goodness. Okay. We heard about families that had moved into garages because they could no longer pay rent in their existing rooms. We heard about the mental toll on children, understanding the stress that their parents are in terms of where they're going to live. So I'm glad our constituent services team is continuing to work with our community, and Alex, our chief of staff, he was at that meeting with me and is going to help make sure those resources are there. But please, I just want to make sure that staff, or we're all continuing to think about those families. I'll just do one more question or request on the shelter transition. Very excited to see that happening. I do want to make sure that we have sort of a closeout conversation with the community around the Lighthouse shelter. This is a really important part of sort of our agreement with that community when we asked them to support us opening a temporary shelter there. So I'd really like to have a meeting. Thank you. A meeting with that community before we start that transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Reynolds. Now from District 3, Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
I actually don't have anything today. I think everyone covered it. We had an exciting shelter opening, and we're doing walk audits and all this great stuff. So, despite the continuing of the pandemic, and the vaccine site at the OC Fair, right? So, despite the pandemic, lots of good things are still happening in the city. So, thanks, Councilmember Chavez, for taking 90% of what I was going to say anyway.
All right, thank you very much. So I just have a few things. I have a little item of personal privilege that I want to take toward the end. So thank you very much to the council for appointing me. It's great to be back on the dais, even though it's a Zoom dais, but that's what I left, so it's all good. In terms of getting meetings back into City Hall, we are working on that, actively working on getting meetings back in City Hall. Also, the hybrid approach is being discussed. Councilmember Harper, your ideas are well taken, and we're working on them, and including limiting PowerPoint presentations, as we'll see later in the new business items, various things. And I do want to engage with you about your ideas, how to shorten the meeting. In addition, I'm looking to improving the writing of our staff reports just through training and providing additional training to staff to create more transparency in that regard. For those of you that spoke about the process of me being appointed, I can only say that, you know, the opposite of love is not hate, it's apathy. And the fact that you're speaking out about this issue means that you love your city, so do I, and that's common ground that we can build on. Now, to my matter of personal privilege. Tonight is a big night, and it's not just because of the city council meeting. This is the first time since 1996 that the Little League in Costa Mesa has played a game in a unified Little League. I had some of my greatest moments of my life coaching in Costa Mesa American Little League, and I did so from 1998 to 2004. My wife is the president of that league. And tonight they threw out their first pitch in the unified league after many years, and the first pitch that they've thrown out since the pandemic. And we have a video from the president, Brian Rotschafer, who's the president of our unified Little League. So please run the video.
Hey, I just want to welcome everybody to the 2021 Costa Mesa Little League spring season. We didn't know if we'd get here. I was so thankful for John Stevens and all of his work. The moment he was practically named mayor, he gave me a call. So what can we do to get the kids out here playing some Little League? We are thrilled to be out here today. It's a beautiful day for baseball. We spent a lot of time and money on the fields. They're looking great. We're just getting ready to chalk them and getting ready for an epic minor B game today between the Braves over here on the right field line and the Diamondbacks in the left field line. So we have a National League battle going on at the old National Fields. We'll talk to you in a moment from American and let you know how things are going over there. So we've made the drive across town. We are back here at the old Costa Mesa American campus. As I mentioned, we are now one league. Costa Mesa National, Costa Mesa American are one league playing baseball together for the first time in 25 years. One league in Costa Mesa. We have the Costa Mesa Major Yankees versus Costa Mesa Majors Braves, coached by families from the National and American old leagues coming together playing against each other. Can't thank those who've been a big part about this enough. Our board, we have an amazing board who have spent hours out here on the fields getting them ready. Thank the city council, obviously, the school board, Costa Mesa United, which has allowed us to do financially a lot of things that we're doing. We have an amazing crew in the city of Costa Mesa helping baseball happen. So normally y'all be out here as part of opening day. Hopefully you can come out sometime soon. All we ask is you get your temperature taken, your sticker, and you're ready to go. So thanks again. Have a great council meeting and appreciate all the support.
Thank you very much. Play ball, kids. Have a great season. Now the next is the city manager report, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Good evening, council. Thank you for CMTV. Thank you for that great video. That was just great seeing our kids back out playing, having a good time, enjoying the outside and the outdoors and getting some recreation. That's fantastic. So we just had a couple of brief updates. We're happy to just, reiterate that on the COVID front, things are much better than they have been in previous months, and we're now in the orange tier. The numbers are still looking good, like they're trending down. We might even make it to the yellow tier, and maybe June 15th we'll be out of a tiered system altogether. And so just really encouraging everyone to continue to practice all the great social distancing, mask wearing, and all the protective measures that have gotten us here to begin with. And so we're really happy about that. Nice opportunity for our businesses to continue to thrive in the orange sector. And then of course, getting to yellow is ideal. So we'll keep you posted about that. Councilmember Chavez did mention the vaccination efforts that we have going on at the fairgrounds and the more liberal timeframes, which is fantastic. Just to keep in mind, please register on othena.com, www.othena.com to register for a vaccine. We can do up to 7,000, or the county can do up to 7,000 vaccines a day there. And so there's plenty of capacity. For residents that don't have access to our social media or not involved in many of our communication streams, we have been doing targeted outreach. So I just wanted to report to the council that we have actually implemented some boots on the ground throughout different neighborhoods in Costa Mesa to make sure that we're getting the word out on vaccines. And so we've been able to get out a number of folks to just sit out in front of Smart and Final, go hand out flyers and, go door to door, knocking on, the doors of different businesses and getting as much information as possible to our residents all across the city to be able to expand our vaccination efforts so that we can open continuously in a more safe manner. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to Evis Torres from our constituent services team. Evis has been instrumental in this effort. She was able to sign up 45 people in just 20 minutes to get vaccinated one day, and 35 people the day prior in just no time at all. So there's still a lot of need and a lot of information that needs to get out, and we're using every communication method possible to get the word out. On a separate front, we have partnered with Edwards Life Sciences, based here in Costa Mesa, and Providence Healthcare, and a couple of other cities to open a vaccination site next week at the Great Park in Irvine. And so we've been part of that. It's a multi-city effort, just again, to continue to offer as many vaccines to as many people that are interested as possible. And again, please register on othena.com for a vaccine if you are so interested. I did also want to mention the ribbon cutting for the homeless shelter. And so it was my first ribbon cutting with the city, and I've just been so happy to be a part of that process. I wanted to thank again Pastor Phil for all of the work at the Lighthouse Church, and getting us to this place was instrumental in terms of just having a temporary shelter to be able to house people experiencing homelessness. And then of course, working with the community, our council, the leadership of the council has been instrumental in getting us this point. I wanted to thank Susan Price, our assistant city manager, and Raja Setharaman, and all of the department heads and all of the employees that were involved in this, Stacy Lumley, our street outreach teams with Mike Brumbaugh, and so many incredibly talented, dedicated people who were just part of making this happen. And so thank you to the council for the leadership that you've shown, for the partnerships that we've engaged in, receiving $4 million in funding from outside sources to be able to renovate this facility and to make it a real beautiful home for temporary home for people that are experiencing homelessness. And so really thankful for that, and for the Newport Beach City Council for partnering with us on this as well. So really happy for the great work there for our shelter, and we will be moving clients there soon. Also wanted to remind everybody that April, it's Let's Be Kind month in Costa Mesa. And so our city council officially declared April Let's Be Kind month. And so we were inspired by Costa Mesa High School junior Rebecca Robeck, who started Let's Be Kind Day back when she was an 8th grader. And the idea has spread to other schools in the Newport Mesa Unified School District, and the city of Newport Beach has also declared April as Let's Be Kind month. And so we'll be getting our council t-shirts and doing a promotional opportunity for Let's Be Kind, which is important every day of the year, but we really want to have an emphasis on April with Let's Be Kind. So as residents, or you're out and about your day, and if you see a kind gesture, just please send it to us on any of our social media feeds, pound Let's Be Kind Costa Mesa. And last but not least, next week is Thank a Telecommunications Operator, or otherwise known as Dispatcher Week. And so from April 11th through April 17th, it is National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And I just wanted to mention, as a full service city that offers both police and fire services, our dispatchers are essential to the work that we're doing and the work that we're providing to the public. And many times when we talk about public safety, we talk about our sworn personnel, and they're super important, our police officers and our firefighters, but our dispatchers are super essential in the whole family and fabric and dynamic of public safety. And I just wanted to express my gratitude for the work that they do. They are the front line of public safety in the sense that it's the first person that someone in crisis comes in contact with when they call 911 and they're experiencing an emergency or an urgent issue, or they just need help, or they don't know who to call. And so our dispatchers work 24/7 around the clock. They're in very difficult situations, a lot of duress on the part of the caller at times, and are making split-second decisions that really impact a person's life, their safety, their well-being. And they're doing that day after day after day after day. And so I just wanted to stress how thankful we are for our incredible team of dispatchers. This annual event is a time to celebrate and to thank those who dedicate their lives to serving the public. And so I just wanted to, on behalf of the city, thank all of our dispatchers for the incredible work that they do, especially this past year during unprecedented, historic, unparalleled time in our world's history, with all of the calls related to COVID-19 and civil unrest and wildfires and a variety of other social ills and dilemmas that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And so thank you to all of our dispatchers for the incredible work that you do. We are so thankful for you, and we wish you an incredible week, and we're just very thankful. And from the bottom of our hearts, we know that we could not do these jobs without you. And I know that our chiefs would agree to that, that our public safety teams, our police officers and our firefighters could not be as successful without the talented staff that we have that are making those decisions every day and deciding what gets dispatched and where. And so thank you for everything that you're doing to keep our community safe. And with that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those comments about the dispatchers. I'm sure the council agrees and seconds those. So Ms. Barlow, next is the city attorney report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to let the public know that the illegal marijuana dispensary called the Weed Spot at 128 through 132 Cabrillo was shut down through efforts of our police, fire departments, as well as the city prosecutor's office and code enforcement, along with building. So the building, one of the buildings is red tagged. If you see activity there, please notify the police department or code enforcement. There is not supposed to be any activity going on there because it is an illegal business. So there were several arrests, seizure of a lot of illegal product. And I just want to remind everyone that yet we do not have legal dispensaries in the city of Costa Mesa. When we do, they will properly be permitted, vetted, selling legal and safe product. The existing dispensaries in the city of Costa Mesa are illegal. They are not selling legal product. They are not paying sales taxes. They're not paying business license taxes. In short, they're not good operators, and please do not patronize them. Secondly, I want to take one follow up to the city manager's comments about public dispatchers, public safety dispatchers. They do an amazing job. I could not do that job. My sister, my younger sister, is a 911 dispatcher. She has a master's degree in public administration, and yet she has decided that her life's work is to serve in that role. She's got that calm demeanor and that wonderful ability to deal with people in crisis that I so admire and could probably not possibly do. So thank you for recognizing Public Dispatcher Week coming up next week. And please keep in mind that those people take a lot of heat and they deal with a very, very stressful job. So please don't call 911 because somebody didn't give you the right hamburger. It's really not an emergency. Finally, one point of personal privilege. I just want to congratulate my beautiful daughter, Laura Lee, and her husband, Tucker, because they are expecting a grandchild for me in October of this year. And so congratulations, and I love you. And thank you so much for the indulgence, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Congratulations. So in the vein of you'd never know it by how long it's taken us to get to this point, but I do care about streamlining the meeting. And in the vein of like what Councilmember Harper said, Ms. Barlow and I were talking earlier, and I'll just take this. We're going to the consent calendar. And one of the things that I'm not sure I always appreciated as a council member is you do not need to pull a consent calendar item to vote no on the item. You could just note your no at the end. And you also do not need to pull a consent calendar item to comment on that item. You can make a comment in connection with the vote on the whole consent calendar, which is some inducement not to pull an item, but you're still your right to do so. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. If a member of the public wishes to pull an item on the consent calendar, please use the raised hand function or press *9 now. Madam Clerk, does the council or any member of the public request any items to be pulled?
Mr. Mayor, I have no requests from council or the public at this time.
Wonderful. May I have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
I will move to approve all of the items on the consent calendar.
Councilmember Chavez.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call vote, voice vote?
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Okay, we have two public hearing items tonight, and I'd like to get through the first one, and then maybe we can take a bit of a break, if that's okay with everyone. City Clerk, please read the title of public hearing number 1.
This is an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, approving an amendment to an extension of Development Agreement Number 99-02, DA-20-03, between the City of Costa Mesa and Sakioka Farms and Roy K. Sakioka and Sons. And this is a call for ex parte communications at this time. Councilmember Chavez?
I have not spoken to anyone regarding this project.
All right. Councilmember Harlan?
Yes, I had a conversation with George Sakioka earlier today.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper?
Yes, I've spoken to John Zitch on our Planning Commission and George Sakioka.
Councilmember Reynolds?
I've had no communication.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Sakioka on Saturday.
And Mayor Stevens?
Yes, I've spoken with George Sakioka and also Chairman D'Ericle about this item.
Thank you. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Development Services Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'd like to turn it over to Caitlin Walsh, who will give the presentation this evening.
Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Mayor Stevens, are you in some way connected with this development, or did you recuse yourself when you're on the Planning Commission, and is it appropriate for you to be here?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up because I was going to do that before, and it just slipped my mind. When I was on the Planning Commission, I recused myself out of an abundance of caution because my law office is at 575 Anton, Suite 750. And since that time, and so I didn't participate. And since that time, the city clerk and the city attorney have gone and done the calculations and the measurements to determine that I am able to participate in this. But thank you for reminding me about that.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I'll go ahead and pull up my presentation. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Caitlin Walsh, Assistant Planner. The item before you this evening is a request to extend the term of the Sakioka Farms Development Agreement for an additional 10 years until 2031. Development Agreement 99-02 is the original agreement for Sakioka Farms Lot 1 and 2, executed between the city and the developer. The agreement was approved by City Council on November 1st, 1999, and has an effective date of May 15th, 2001. This agreement includes Sakioka Farms Lot 1, a 40-acre parcel that was developed in 2004 with the Enclave apartment community, and Sakioka Farms 2, a 33-acre parcel that remains in agricultural use. The purpose of the agreement was to facilitate the dedication of certain easements and fee interests in land needed for freeway on and off ramps which cross a portion of Sakioka Farms Lot 2, as well as recognize previous land dedications made by the developer for other public improvements, including streets and the Metro Fire Station. In exchange for these dedications, the developer received vesting rights for a period of 20 years under land use regulations effective at the time. And the agreement is effective for 20 years until May 15th, 2021, unless extended by the parties. Here's a look at Sakioka Lot 2, which is a 33-acre parcel located in the town center area of the city, adjacent to Anton Boulevard. The site is designated Urban Center Commercial by the general plan and is zoned Planned Development Commercial PDC. Lot 2 is also located within the North Costa Mesa specific plan. The applicant has not undertaken any development activities on Lot 2. However, an application is currently under review to allow Tanaka Farms to conduct farming and U-pick activities on the site. All obligations related to Lot 1 have been met. However, the remaining obligations of the agreement as they relate to Lot 2 have yet to be fulfilled. These obligations include the dedication of a maximum 1-acre site for a future urban rail transit station, the reservation of land for an urban rail track line, and the payment of park and traffic impact fees for subsequent development on Lot 2. These benefits are described in Section 2.1 of the development agreement and are discussed in the March 8th Planning Commission staff report provided as attachment 1 in your packet this evening. In accordance with Section 2.2 of the agreement, the city has assured the developer vested rights for 20 years to carry out and complete the project in accordance with the provisions of the agreement and subject to existing land use regulations in effect at the time of the agreement. The existing development approvals referenced in Exhibit B of the agreement allow for a maximum floor area ratio of 0.50 for retail uses and 0.60 for office uses, a trip budget of 1,588 AM peak hour trips and 1,562 PM peak hour trips, and a maximum number of 660 residential units, including any density bonuses. In addition, the total building intensity for the site may not exceed 863,000 square feet, including residential square footage. And the maximum building height overall is 180 feet, approximately 12 stories. The development of the site was described in the context of either a commercial or mixed-use development in the original specific plan, and the original agreement did not include any site plan approvals. The purpose of the agreement was to establish the development capacity for the site subject to future development approvals. A specific project would be subject to city approval of a master plan, subdivision map, and building permits necessary to complete the project. Since adoption of the development agreement, there have been various amendments to both the general plan and the North Costa Mesa specific plan. Specifically, following the adoption of the agreement, the trip budgets for Lot 2 were adjusted as part of the 2000 general plan update, and consequently, the trip budgets that were in place when the agreement was adopted were higher than the trip budgets that limit development intensity at the project site under today's standards. In addition, the North Costa Mesa specific plan, originally adopted by City Council in 1994, has been amended twice as it applies to this lot, once on November 15th, 2011, and again on September 6th, 2016, following the 2015 to 2035 general plan update. These amendments allow greater flexibility for Lot 2, including updated development standards related to floor area ratio, building height, and maximum density, but these amendments did not change the maximum number of residential units for the project that was approved in the original development agreement. This table provides a development summary for Lot 2 per the 2016 general plan and North Costa Mesa specific plan. Under today's standards, a 33-acre site could be developed as a mixed-use property, or it could be subdivided to allow an independent residential development on a portion of the site, with the remainder developed for commercial uses or mixed-use development. If a portion of the property were developed as an independent residential community, the maximum number of units is based on 8.25 acres of land at 80 dwelling units per acre. Regardless of the configuration, however, the TRIP budget and the cap at 660 units, inclusive of any density bonuses, would apply. These amendments were approved after the effective date of the agreement and are not specifically referenced in the development agreement. However, this section 2.2 Roman numeral II of the agreement is related to the city's consideration and approval of requested changes in the project that may occur after the effective date of the agreement. While the agreement does not specifically reference the previously approved city documents, this provision can be interpreted and relied upon to allow the applicant the option to develop a project subject to the 2016 general plan and specific plan, which are the regulations that are in place today, and also subject to providing the remaining public benefits in the agreement. This provision may be referenced on handwritten page 8 of the staff report. As an alternative to relying on this provision for future interpretation, staff has included language in the staff report to formally incorporate the 2016 general plan and North Costa Mesa specific plan. If council opts to include the language, the applicant would not have the option of relying on the 2001 approvals. However, they could still rely on 2.2 Roman numeral II provision in the future to opt into any future general plan or specific plan updates, which we'll discuss later in this presentation. This language, again on handwritten page 8, reflects discussions with the applicant and could be included as amended text in the development agreement if desired by City Council. As mentioned, the proposed amendment includes extending the term of the agreement, which will expire in 2021 for an additional 10 years until 2031. Since Lot 2 is vacant and development of the property will not be completed before the expiration, the public benefits related to the urban transit rail station and track reservation have not been realized as a development project has not been approved and finalized. In staff's opinion, approving an extended term will allow the city the opportunity to benefit from the remaining developer obligations should a project be developed within the next 10 years and should the circumstances under which the urban rail transit dedication is required to come to fruition. In addition, approving an extended term would also allow a project to be developed under the 2001 regulations or the 2016 regulations if the City Council memorializes the amendments in the agreement. On March 8th, 2001, on a 6-0 vote with Commissioner Stevens recused, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the proposed time extension and amendment with the following additions. One was to include a commitment for the applicant to provide affordable housing with a residential component to the project. Two, identify the property as a housing opportunity site with an identified number of units and density in the site inventory list for the upcoming 2021 housing element update and general plan land use update. And lastly, to amend the development agreement to clarify that if any subsequent zoning actions resulting from the adoption of the 2021 housing element are approved by the city and are approved by the public in compliance with Measure Y as applicable, that the applicant would build to the higher density and number of total units, including any required affordable housing units. Under the original agreement and amended North Costa Mesa specific plan, the maximum number of dwelling units inclusive of any density bonuses for this lot is 660 units. The maximum base density is 528 units, and in order to be granted a density bonus, the developer would have to provide affordable housing for a minimum of 30 years pursuant to one of the three options shown in this table to the right. And this is based on very low, low, and moderate income housing categories. For example, in order to be granted the maximum 25% density bonus, allowing 132 dwelling units, and to build to a maximum of 660 units, the developer would have to provide 10% low income housing and 15% moderate income housing. However, the developer may opt not to develop the site to full capacity using the density bonus program and provide no affordable housing. Consequently, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council include a commitment for the developer to provide affordable housing with the residential component of any project and to comply with the upcoming housing element update should the property be developed in the 10 years under the extended term of the agreement. However, the applicant has indicated that they intend to participate in the housing element update and are interested in identifying this property as a housing opportunity site, but are not amenable to these changes as part of their request for a time extension because the specifics requirements associated with the housing element update are unknown at this time. Therefore, if the agreement were extended, future amendments and ordinances that may be associated with the upcoming housing element update would not apply to the project unless the developer opted to take advantage of these development opportunities. If an inclusionary housing ordinance was adopted along with the future general plan and zoning regulations, the developer would need to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance if they adopted to develop per the future general plan and zoning regulations under provision section 2.2 Roman numeral II. If the agreement were not extended and expired, the property would be subject to the existing regulatory environment in place at that time, including any inclusionary housing requirements. However, the downside, the city would not derive the benefits of the remaining developer obligations in the agreement. The City Council has the following options with this request. Approve the request for a 10-year time extension, approve the time extension with modifications, and under this scenario, the City Council may request specific changes. Staff has provided optional language specific to incorporating the 2016 general plan and specific plan into the agreement if desired, which again can be referenced on handwritten page 9 of the staff report. Or City Council may deny the request. Under this scenario, the project would be subject to whatever regulations are in place at the time of development based on the applicable general plan, specific plan, and zoning regulations, and the city would give up the opportunity to obtain the remaining public benefits outlined in the agreement. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council adopt an ordinance to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3 General Rule of the CEQA Guidelines, because the amendment is merely a time extension for an existing development agreement. It does not change the underlying project. In addition, the relevant environmental analysis contained in the approved 2015 to 2035 General Plan EIR is still valid and applicable to the project such that no further environmental review is required. And staff recommends City Council adopt an ordinance to give first reading to Ordinance 2021 to approve the time extension and amendment to Development Agreement 99-02. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. So at this time, before we hear from the applicant, does council have any questions for staff regarding this item? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, so then let's give the applicant an opportunity to make a presentation, and then we'll hear from the public. Mr. Sakioka?
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, members of the City Council, city staff, City Attorney's Office, City Manager, everyone in the public. First of all, I'm George Sakioka. I'm representing the applicant this evening, and I would like to thank specifically staff and the City Attorney's Office for a tremendous amount of work done on this staff report. Caitlin's report covered pretty much the whole situation with the history, kind of where we are today, etc. What I would like to go through some of the points that she discussed as to what the Planning Commission approved and put forward for your consideration. Number one is we would like a 10-year extension of the development agreement, and we would like the effective date memorialized per the effective date with the language that the city attorney and staff recommended. We feel that makes it very clear. What it does is memorialize the 2016 general plan and specific plan. So we are subject to those entitlements. And also I'd like to put out in that 2016 entitlement of the specific plan, general plan, there is an affordable housing component to it. We are excited and looking forward to participating in the housing element update. We think there's a lot of opportunity there for the city, and we understand the need for housing. The one thing we want to reiterate, what Caitlin did mention in the staff report, is we are not amenable to those conditions that the Planning Commission wanted to have included in our development agreement, because from a reasonableness, we cannot agree to provisions or conditions that have not been formed yet. We can't agree to something that we don't know what it is. And that is just something that would not be acceptable to us. I have Amy Forbes, a partner of Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher, with us on the phone for any questions or comments. And I also have Tony Petros, president of LSA, our environmental and traffic consultant, online. And we'd be more than happy to answer any questions. The staff report covered it pretty completely. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions of Mr. Sakioka or Ms. Forbes or Mr. Petros? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So let's open this up then to the rest of the public and hear from anyone else who wants to speak on this item. Okay. I see Christine Knopf.
Yes, hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm back now as a member of the public, and also I'm here representing the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. And as a group of citizens here in the community, we just wanted to express our opposition to an extension of the agreement as it is currently written. We are asking that you negotiate a new development agreement that would include affordability. It was great to hear Mr. Sakioka's commitment to affordability and affordable housing. We really believe that the needs of our city have changed in the last 20 years since the agreement was initially established, and that the expiration of the current agreement provides a great opportunity for us to reevaluate the site's maximum potential for accommodating high-density rental housing, which could help Costa Mesa achieve our RHNA numbers, which we know we have a lot of RHNA numbers to achieve. So we want to urge you to deny the applicant's request to negotiate a new agreement, which would include a 20% residential units on lot 2 be affordable to, we're pushing for extremely low, very low and low income households, or setting aside of the space for a nonprofit developer to develop the affordable housing. And we're asking that the density be increased to allow at least 60 units per acre so that we could have a greater number of total units on the 33 acre parcel. So thanks for hearing our concerns and looking at this as a potential space to help us achieve our goals for affordable housing in the city.
Thank you for speaking. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Okay, I see Linda is in the queue. Linda?
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Linda, and I would like to echo Christine's comments and urge the city to only approve extending the development agreement for Lot 2 if specific conditions such as the ones that were recommended by the Planning Commission on March 8, 2021 are incorporated and set in the development agreement. One recommendation included identifying the property as a housing opportunity site with an identified number of affordable units and higher density for the city's housing element update. It has been over 2 decades since the original agreement was executed, and the agreement needs to be updated to reflect the current changes in housing needs of the city. The city has been allocated with a high RHNA for the upcoming housing element update, and it's important that the city review all the opportunities that can help achieve the city's RHNA goals. With the exception of the Tanaka Farms UPIC application, there really isn't any proposed or urgent development activities on Lot 2. With that in mind, the city really should consider providing only a 1-year extension to allow the city to review and reevaluate the long-term maximum potential use of the site, especially in helping meeting the lower income RHNA. Currently, there isn't many readily available land for residential development, and the city has not been very successful in building affordable housing. According to the city's annual housing element progress report from 2014 to 2019, there were only 8 permitted units issued at low income. These 8 units were ADUs and were not deed restricted. For moderate and above moderate, there were 940 units. The imbalance here is quite stark. During the city's housing element work study session, 47% of the city's households were identified as lower income, and 60% of households earn under $100,000. The Sakioka family is known for building beautiful apartments, but these are luxury apartments that are catered for higher income households. A quick search on the Enclave shows that, which was actually Lot 1 in the development agreement, shows that 1 bedroom, 1 bath at 683 square feet is available for $22,250. A 2 bedroom, 2 bath at 1,163 square feet is available for $3,000. These rents are just out of reach for many households, especially for our low-income working households. Our major concern is that if development agreement does not have specific affordable housing language in place, more luxury apartments will be built on Lot 2 because what is to prevent the applicant from doing so? There is a dire need to build more affordable and inclusive housing in the city. It has been very difficult to get anything built, but there's an opportunity for the city to be strategic and be successful. Lot 2 and a community partnership is that opportunity, and it should not be passed up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else from the public that wishes to speak. So I'm gonna give the applicant an opportunity to address the comments that were made by the public if the applicant wishes to do so.
Amy Forbes may have a comment on the limitations of the general plan per the development agreement. Amy, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, of course. Yeah,
okay.
We can hear you, ma'am.
I want to make sure. There was a comment that was made. I did want to address the comment about whether the development agreement limits the density. And the development agreement only vests the density. The density itself is limited by the general plan. And currently the general plan has a limit of 660 units. And that's with the density bonus that assumes that there is affordable housing. You can't get to the 660 units without affordable housing. So in response to the comment, currently the general plan, the 2016 general plan, which the applicant is prepared to incorporate into the agreement, would provide for affordable housing and would provide for 660 units of housing. Part of our reluctance to go forward is until we know what the general plan housing update's going to produce, it's impossible to commit to that. That's really the issue with what the Planning Commission said. The Planning Commission said you'll either do the 2016 plan or you'll commit to whatever affordable housing requirements are put in place in the future with no parameters about that. We had a really good conversation with staff. We want to work with staff on the housing element. We do see this as a great housing opportunity site, and we share the commenters' desire to have additional housing here and additional affordable housing. We just can't agree to something that has it without any definition to it. So the proposal would be that we would go forward with the development agreement. It gives the city an acre of land for potential future transit in exchange for giving the property owner, in essence, a floor of the current density, so it can't go backwards. But to the extent the general plan process that we understand the city will have to embark in shortly achieves a different development that's better from a development standpoint, then similarly to the way that the Sac-Yoka has said they will want to develop under the 2016 plan, we'd expect they'd want to develop under with more housing and more development permitted. And I also did want to point out that the Lot 1 and Lot 2 Sac-Yoka ownerships are different. The development agreement was severed many years ago, and that project was developed not by George Sac-Yoka, but by another branch of the family. And I'm here to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Forbes. So Councilmember Harper has his hand up. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Stevens. And this is really just maybe for broader education as we enter all these housing development and housing element discussions. But does it become a risk for the city when we impose higher density, lower income housing? Does just the reality become an economic problem for a developer, and therefore does the risk the developer just doesn't develop the property at all? So we don't even end up with 132 low income housing. We end up with 0, and the property sits and is agricultural for a long, long time. And that's my question. No.
Is that a question directed to the applicant?
Yeah, if you could, if you don't mind.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, you're absolutely correct.
That's a very direct answer.
It's short too. I appreciate it.
Okay.
We're trying to get the meetings ending on time.
Do you have any other questions, Councilmember Harper?
No, thanks, Mayor.
Does anyone else, any of the other council members have any questions? I just have a really quick question, just a clarification. When Ms. Forbes, when you say the development agreement vests the density, what did you mean by that? Vests the density?
So the development agreement itself does not have a 660 unit limit. There's no specific limit in the development agreement. The 660 units are what are permitted by the general plan. That's where the 660 units come from. And all the development agreement says is that the city will allow the developer to build out in accordance with the general plan. And in exchange for that promise, the developer has already given some. They did, as the staff report pointed out, dedicated freeway off-ramp and gave other public benefits, but the remaining public benefit that hasn't been completed is this 1 acre to the extent that there's a future transit system. And so that's really the bargain.
Right. Mr. Mayor, if I can just interject here, the whole point, and Amy didn't mean to cut you off, but like the broader picture is what Amy Forbes brought up. If you look at the reason for a development agreement in the first place, it's to give the landowner assurances that in exchange for the public benefits that have given out over so far dedicated, I think we've dedicated almost 13 acres of land, improved streets and a lot of for public use. The development agreement is to give us assurances that at least we have a floor. It won't roll back on us for our commitment for all these dedications. That we have been a long-term property owner in the city, and our track record has been long-term commitment and involvement. And that is the purpose of our request for the extension, to have the original agreement was in exchange for all the dedications and fire station side and things of that nature. So we don't take a step back and we don't sort of lose sight of it.
Right.
Sorry, Amy, to interrupt, but I was just kind of giving a broader picture of the purpose of a development agreement.
And so basically, kind of the way I understand it is, the city agrees that any down zoning will not be applicable in exchange for the other party, to the developer party to the development agreement, agreeing to these community benefits. Correct?
Correct.
And so one last question, and then we'll close public comment, and we can just maybe get a motion on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, there's other people. I didn't see that. Councilmember Mar, well, let me ask the question, because I want to break my flow, is when you say you have a long-term commitment to the city, can you just give us just a sense of what is that long-term commitment? I mean, when did the family start in the city? And just nutshell it for us, Mr. Sakioka.
Well, I think we've owned the property, and I can't be exact, since the 50s. The development agreement was signed 20 years ago. So, I can't always predict the future, and I cannot guarantee our ownership forever on things, but we do just move slowly and carefully to be mindful of how we use this precious resource that we have in the city. Like I said, they're not making it anymore, and we try to take the long-term view, and we always have done that. And this is just one of the tools that we find to have long-term planning on our part. We can't plan things of this magnitude in a short 1 year. Some of the projects take 8 to 10 years to plan, to do it in a well thought out fashion. So long term is relative. I mean, 20 years goes by before you know it, honestly. Sometimes it's surprising.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Mar and then Councilmember Harlan have questions. And I don't know whether Councilmember Harper still has questions, or he just needs to lower his hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, I was just wondering if you could speak to the housing element process in context. And so my understanding, generally speaking, from the preliminary recommendations that have kind of started bubbling up from the housing element process, is that there is generally support of specific plans, corridor plans, opportunities to essentially revisit the general plan as it relates to zoning and density. And so post-housing element recommendations, there is likely a scenario in which we're revisiting the general plan. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's correct. Ultimately, we expect that, based on direction provided by council as to the policy program that we'd like to pursue, that there are follow-up actions following the housing element adoption that may include general plan amendments and zone changes, specific plan amendments that specifically address areas of the city where the council as a whole believes that appropriate additional density would be a good approach for the city to meet its RHNA allocation. So I do expect that there will be some future actions. We've discussed that those future actions would be required to be taken within 3 years of adoption of the housing element, so by October 2024.
Okay, so by October 2024, if we have reevaluated the general plan, let's call it the 2024 general plan amendment, will the property, if we were to extend the development agreement for 10 years, would they have the option of opting into that new specific plan, general plan amendment within the time frame of the development agreement?
Yes, so our read of the provision that Ms. Walsh referred to as 2.2 Roman numeral II is that provides the opportunity for the applicant to opt into a future regulatory scenario. And from our understanding, that includes, it's not a situation where you would necessarily, you wouldn't be able to pick and choose the regulations that you comply with under that regulatory framework. If you're taking advantage of a density and a regulatory framework that's established by a 2024 general plan and zoning code, then that would include complying with any provisions related to that, including an inclusionary housing ordinance, development impact fees or exaction programs or any other thing that's tied to that update.
And if this development agreement were, say, to expire in 2025, we'd be having the exact same conversation that we're having right now, where they could choose to extend it and stay under the general plan amendment that they had previously, 2.1.2 or whatever had aligned them with, or they could opt into a more recent one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, so that's helpful, and I think that's likely, but I won't say too much about what I'm thinking right now. The other comment, just I think Councilmember Harvey laughed because I was shaking my head. As it relates to affordable housing, certainly if we put a burdensome, non-financially viable mandate on the property, that would be difficult to develop. But as it stands right now, because we're counting the density bonus, there is also an assumption of some level of affordable housing should we use the 2016 standard and the full 660. Correct?
Correct. The only clarification that I would make is that with the extension of the development agreement, the applicant has the option to opt into a future regulatory framework, but they also have the option to stick with the 2016 general plan if we include the effective date language, or if we don't, then the 2001 regulatory framework. I think we're operating under the assumption that if we all work together on a housing element that was mutually beneficial to everyone, that there would be we'd sort of land on the same path in the future. But certainly extension of the development agreement provides the applicant the option to either opt in or not to a future regulatory scheme.
Okay, and as it stands right now, the 660 puts them at 20 dwelling units per acre or so right now, which is, how does that compare to the rest of the North Costa Mesa specific plan right now?
Well, in general, our base zoning district allows for, our highest density base zoning district allows for 20 dwelling units per acre. Overall, that's a very low density in terms, as housing developments go. North of the 405, there are various developments that are closer to 80 dwelling units per acre and upwards of 100 dwelling units per acre in certain locations, I believe. Mrs. Shabi is also here and could shed some light on kind of past.
With the map behind her, yes.
With the map behind her. Mrs. Shabi, please.
Yes, good evening. North Costa Mesa specific plan does allow much higher densities, as Ms. Lee indicated, some up to 125 DU per acre. The 660, as it applies to the entire site, I don't think it was ever envisioned for the entire site to be developed as a residential site. It's a PDC zone, so it was always anticipated to be some form of mixed use. And that would have been a portion of the site, originally at 28 dwelling per acre in the specific plan, and then later it was updated to 80 DU per acre.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shabi.
Hey, Councilmember Harlan.
So I'm prepared to make a motion if.
Well, let me close public. I thought you were going to ask.
Close public comment.
I'll close public comments. And now, Councilmember Harlan, please do make your motion.
So I move that we, the staff's recommendation with the amendments to memorialize the updated general plan and specific plans as approved by the city council. And I think that's page 9 of the staff report. And I make comments if we've got a second.
I'll second, but then make sure to include the number 1 finding about categorically exempt from CEQA and so forth.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify that adding that language will make clear that if the applicant adopts the 2016 development options, that will also include the 2016 impact fees that would be applicable.
Yeah, that would be included, Jeff? I mean,
yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, the second agrees with that. So, Councilmember Harlan, do you want to speak to your motion, please?
Sure, I will, just briefly. So I think that the city has received considerable value over the years that we've had this development agreement in place, namely the fire station and public improvements that the applicant had mentioned. But there still remains value in the development agreement in the 1 acre site to be dedicated, as well as some other public improvements. And I don't want to neglect transportation as a key element of housing. So I think that's actually important for us. You know, ostensibly, this property will likely be a housing opportunity site, if not, you know, specifically identified in the housing element. I think just by its very nature of being a large tract available in the city, that's how the development community would look at it. And so I would like to give the applicant the flexibility to move forward under this development agreement with the amendments that were cited. I think it's important that we have that 2016 specific plan and the general plan update memorialized, especially as it relates to park impact fees that would have to be paid. And I think it's just a way of moving forward. To the point about the housing element, a lot is unknown at this point. And if I were the developer, I would be reluctant to make any kind of commitments as well. But I do think that there's a genuine interest in trying to use this property in the best way forward for the city. North of the 405 certainly is going to be reimagined over the next, I would say, coming decades. And so I think this might be an important part of that.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the second, I agree with what you said, and I'm even more proud to second that motion, hearing your rationale. I think it's really just kind of a binary decision at this point. The commission has asked us to go back and negotiate some points with the developer, and they were not willing to agree to commit to unknown housing element and zoning plans that they don't know about. And so I don't blame them for that. I wouldn't do it either, and I wouldn't advise a client to do it. So now we're left with the decision, do we extend it based on what the developer is willing to do, or don't we? And having the benefit of the train station and the railway access is a real benefit in as much as we have the prospect of a streetcar coming down Bristol. We have, in Washington, there's discussions about a major infusion in infrastructure money, and we may very well have the need in the next 10 years for that rail station. I just happened to be catching up with people, after I got appointed, and one of the groups was Travel Costa Mesa. And I mentioned this item, and they would be absolutely thrilled with a train stop that goes from the airport to that Lot 2 property owned by Sakioka, the applicant. So I do think that it's a rather easy decision, in my opinion. And so that's my rationale. Councilmember Marr. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Marr.
Ms. Barlow, did you want to interject?
I just want to clarify one point. The existing development agreement would already apply the then current traffic impact fee at the time of issuance of building permits. So we don't want to change that. The qualification that I added about the 2016 impact fees would be for those that would be lower under the existing development agreement if they use the 2001 improvements. So that would essentially be the park impact fees and any other impact fees, subject to the credits that are provided in the development agreement, of course. So to be very clear, about what your motion was and to make sure that that was your intent and the mayor's intent. Councilmember Harlan.
You took your there.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah, second concurs. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, did you have anything more to say?
Yeah, I just I was gonna offer a motion with a shorter period of time. And I'm debating about whether or not to do that. I think that I believe that the best way to get affordable housing and to simultaneously make sure that this is fair for the applicant, given the long history in the city and the extent to which the development agreement has already provided benefits to the city, it is to go through a process by which we are creating or updating. And it's a 1994 North Coast Mesa specific plan. And while it's been updated a dozen times since 1994, nevertheless, as we talk about visioning and planning coming out of the housing element, I do think there is an opportunity to do a revision to the specific plan or a new specific plan, and thus a general plan update, potentially allowing for different density levels and or encouraging housing, affordable housing, and that is really a more proper way rather than a sort of last minute from the dais negotiation of the development agreement. So I'll be supporting the motion. That's ultimately this is a giant property and there's a ton of opportunity moving forward, but we need to do it in a way that takes into consideration the effort that has been made so far, simultaneously with what we have planned for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other council members wish to speak on the motion? Okay, then why don't we do the voice vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion
Thank you.
carries 6-0.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to take a break, and when we come back, Mayor Pro Tem Mar is going to take over. I'm recused from the next item, public hearing number 2, because I voted on this item while I was on the Planning Commission. So let's come back at 8:45. I will not be here, but you all can come back at 8:45.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're ready for public hearing item number 2. City Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is City Council review of Planning Application 20-10 and tentative track map T-21-01 for a master plan for an 8-unit residential common interest development under the Mesa West Residential Ownership Urban Plan at 1978 Meyer Place and 1979 Anaheim Avenue. This is now a call for any ex parte communications. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes, I have had a little bit of email correspondence with the applicant, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper?
Just some conversations with John Sitch, the planning commissioner.
Councilmember Harlan?
No, none.
Councilmember Chavez?
I've spoken with Mr. Jones, the developer, and residents on the street.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
I have had none.
Thank you. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Development Services Director.
Thank you.
Green. Sorry, my apologies. I forgot to mention also conversations with Planning Commissioner Torje.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Likewise as well. My apologies. Forgot about planning commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar and council members. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Nancy Nguyen, Associate Planner. She'll be giving the presentation this evening.
Excellent. I love all the associate and assistant planner representation tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and good evening, council members. My name is Nancy Nguyen, Associate Planner with the Development Services Department. Oops, give me 1 second. I think I might have accidentally unshared my screen, or let me get to the right screen.
I can see it actually. It just needs to be expanded.
Give me 1 second. I think I might have screwed up myself, and let me just quickly unshare it and then try it one more time. Sorry, for some reason the view is not enlarged for me, but as long as you can see it, that's all that matters. So we'll go ahead and start the presentation. And good evening again. My name is, like I said, my name is Nancy Nguyen, Associate Planner with Development Services Department. The item before you tonight is a planning application for a urban master plan. There we go. Maybe that's a little bit better.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. As I mentioned, the item before you tonight is a planning application for an urban master plan, as well as a tentative track map for an 8-unit residential development. The project was approved by Planning Commission previously on February 22nd by a 6-1 vote. The project was then subsequently called up for review by City Council. So just a little background about the Mesa West Residential Ownership Urban Plan. I know that's a mouthful, so I will be referring to it as the urban plan for this presentation. So the project is proposed to be under this urban plan, which was adopted by City Council in 2006. And this urban plan has more flexible development standards when compared to the zoning code. The flexible standards are intended to encourage more development in the west side of Costa Mesa in order to revitalize the neighborhood. Specifically, the urban plan encourages more ownership type housing. So deviations from the required development standards could be allowed if the project can demonstrate it meets the urban plan vision. Projects proposed under the urban plan are first required to go through an urban master plan screening at City Council. So this proposed project was screened at City Council in October 2019. And at that time, the project concept included 8 detached units. So the proposed project is located at 1978 Meyer Place and 1979 Anaheim Avenue. There are 2 abutting lots that would be consolidated into 1 development lot. So the properties are zoned R2HD, which is multifamily high density. And the images to the right of this slide here is the existing frontages of both properties. The properties both Together, the properties contain 5 dwelling units, which would be demolished for the proposed development. The proposed master plan includes 4 attached buildings with 2 units per building for a total of 8 units. The maximum density, so that would equate to a maximum density of approximately 18 units per acre. In the master plan, there are 3 different plan types, like you can see in this table here. They range approximately from 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, and in 2 and 3 bedroom plan types. The building height ranges from 34 feet to the tallest point of the roof at 44 feet. The details of the master plan, including the site plan, the floor plan, and the building elevations, are included in the City Council staff report as attachment 6. The project also includes a tentative track map to establish 1 lot with 8 airspace for condominium purposes. In the area highlighted in yellow on this screenshot of the tentative map would be the common areas to be maintained through homeowners association. That includes the driveway, the landscaping, and the open unassigned parking spaces. So as I mentioned, deviations can be requested. And so this project does propose several deviation requests. And many of these deviation requests are due to the existing narrow lot width, as well as designing for the required building setbacks, the parking, and the driveway. So I'll go over the first set of deviations and onto the next one. So the first set of deviations is the lot size. So the project does propose to develop a lot less than the minimum 1 acre as required per the urban plan. With that, it would be approximately 23% of open space at the ground level. However, including the upper level decks, such as the upper level open spaces, such as the roof deck and the balcony, altogether it would be about 40%. The project would provide a larger private backyard, though, which it would exceed the minimum required size, but would have a depth less than the required. Other urban plan projects were approved and developed also with less than 1 acre lot size, as well as less than required open space. And for example, the project next to the proposed one at 1974 Meyer Place was also approved under the same urban plan with those deviation requests I just mentioned. The other deviation requests include a reduced parkway landscaping. However, the project would enhance it further with the use of vines and planter pockets. And the project would also propose a smaller interior dimension for the 2-car garages, as well as exceed the number of maximum building stories allowed. Again, these deviations are also due to the narrow lot width and accommodating the design for the building setbacks, the driveways, and the parking area. Excuse me, driveway. I don't know why I said driveways. The project proposes to comply with the development standards to the extent feasible without compromising the safe vehicular access at the project site. Complying with parkway landscaping, for example, would encroach into the minimum 25 feet backout distance, as well as create a narrow or substandard driveway width. Even though the project proposes to be at 4-story and exceed by 1 story, which is, by the way, just the deck level, the roof deck level, the proposed building height is still within the maximum allowed. And again, other urban plan projects have also been approved and developed with roof decks. And roof decks, which are a pretty common feature nowadays for residential developments on smaller and narrower sized lots, because they do provide additional opportunities for a recreational and open space in lieu of ground level open space. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's decision and adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, per CEQA guidelines section 15332 for infill development projects, and approve planning application 20-10 and tentative track map T-21-01, subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant has also prepared a presentation, and myself as well as the applicant are also available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Council, are there any comments for staff or questions for staff? If not, we'll go to the applicant. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar. I have one quick question for staff. What's the difference between a variance and a deviant?
Thank you, thank you, Councilmember Chavez. A variance is it's similar. It is also a deviation request, but they have very specific findings, and they for an urban master plan project, deviations are allowed through the master plan application, and a variance is not required unless the urban plan dictates otherwise. If that clarifies your question.
Not quite. Try one more time and more simple for me, please.
So they both are deviation requests. Sorry, I'm trying to frame the simple way to explain this. So they're both deviation requests. One, the variance has very specific findings in the zoning code. Those requests are usually done for a specific development project not relating to an urban master plan. An urban master plan does allow for these deviations without a variance finding. However, the deviations through a master plan do require consistency with the master plan findings.
Okay, so basically, so basically a deviation is something that would normally be a variance, but because we have an overlay or a master plan, will allow some leeway.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mrs. Shabi, I saw you come on. Did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think Ms. Nguyen covered it.
Got it. Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Chavez?
No, that's it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Harper.
Thank you. It's getting late. I'm forgetting my question already. Nancy, that was a good presentation. I appreciate it. The deviation, the justification for can you explain to me the justification? And I wish John Stevens was here, but the justification for the deviation in the code, the 4 stories, I think roughly half the size of the lot size. What's the justification for that, or what's the give back to the city? Can you explain that?
Yeah. So in the this particular urban plan, and in most of in most of the other urban plans, deviation requests can be granted or can be allowed or approved by Planning Commission, or in this case, City Council, if the deviation request is in exchange for a high quality development project that meets the urban plan vision or in the intent of the urban plan vision. There are some examples in the urban plan, such as decorative pavement for the driveway, enhanced landscaping, using only California native plants, among other. I'm trying to think the right word. Among other types of treatments, if you will, that would further enhance a development beyond what code would require.
So they made the apartments nicer, and therefore they can build more on the given space. Is that what my understanding what your explanation is? And I know you didn't do it. I know I'm asking you to kind of reiterate what the Planning Commission did. And I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to talk to the developer. I would like to have done that. But so that's essentially, they made it look nicer, and therefore the city or the Planning Commission said, okay, you can build a higher density and a story higher. Is that kind of essentially the response?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy.
Ms. Lee, just to clarify, it's not so much that they're nicer, it's that because we have an overlay, if we're able to conform to the overlay, then ultimately there are deviations that are permitted as so long as we're getting something that meets the intent of the overlay. Correct?
I'm not sure I understand that. Now, I'm sorry you said that, Andrea. Now I'm confused.
So the way I would describe it is that the urban plan essentially provides the city council or the planning commission, as the case may be, the discretion to approve deviations from the normal code standards in exchange for a high quality project. And that's at the discretion of the council as to what a high quality project constitutes. But a project that ultimately meets the vision of the urban plan. And there is some language in the urban plan as well that states that if deviations are approved, it's at the discretion of the council, that they're essentially either infeasible to meet the standard, or the council feels that the standard is unnecessary and that ultimately the quality of the project is a good justification for the deviations that are requested.
Okay, so yeah, I understand you could make judgment. I'm not sure I'm seeing the difference in quality, but I'm not really questioning that, so I appreciate it.
Is there anything else, Councilmember Harper? Okay, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Nancy. Do you have an idea of how many projects have been processed through this overlay?
I'm not 100% sure on the total numbers processed, but I know that there have been about 8 projects under this particular urban plan that have been fully constructed. So there, yeah, about 8 are fully developed under this urban plan.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Nguyen. Now we can turn to the applicant. I don't see any other questions from council. Is Mr. Jones on?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Mar and
There you
council
are.
members. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I do have a brief slide presentation. So is that Nancy? Would you cue that up? Thank you. Only 12 slides. I promise I'll keep it brief and concise and to the point. For starters, just a brief history of our involvement with this project. We started working on this in 2018. We submitted an application in February of 2019 for the urban plan screening in front of City Council at that time. We got queued up to actually do that study session in October of 2019. We listened intently. We went back to the drawing board. In fact, we fired the original architect. We brought in a very high quality new architect who's present and with us this evening if there's any questions of him. And we started all over, and we ended up taking our time to reposition this whole entire project and submit a formal application back in August of 2020. So here we are over 2 years into this process. And in short, when we wish Mayor Stevens was here too. We appreciate his support at the Planning Commission level. And overall, in a 3-hour long hearing, the Planning Commission concluded that we've done an amazing job, the best that we possibly could have done in terms of interpreting the city code requirements and meeting the merit intent of the urban plan. I want to ask briefly that you, before we shift to the next slide, just sort of put yourself in our shoes in terms of the inherent dilemma of developing a site like this. We assembled 2 different properties. We tried to assemble more, but this is all we could get. So we got the one property fronting on Meyer Place and then the other one on Anaheim Avenue. They are 49.88 feet wide by 373 feet long. So basically we've got a long, narrow bowling alley, an incredibly narrow site. When you factor in out of that 49-foot width, that 20 feet of that has to be dedicated for driveways, pavers, basically for a drive aisle. That takes up 40% of our site just going to a drive aisle. When you contemplate the number of units allowed under the urban plan and the density also allowed under the general plan land use designation, which we meet, 26 parking spaces are required. Parking spaces are 10 feet by 18 feet times 26 of those, which equals 25% of our total site area, right? Just for parking. So 40% for driveway, 25% for parking. That leaves us 35% of our total land area left before we've plotted a single house. And code requires 40% open space at grade, which means it's fundamentally impossible to develop the site strictly according to code without deviation. So that's kind of an initial point I want to make. Like, that's where the flexibility comes in trying to do the best you can to meet the merit and intent of what the general plan is trying to accomplish and what the urban plan overlay is trying to accomplish. So with that, if we could forward maybe 2 more slides. This is just whoops, go back 1. Yeah, okay. This is a project that we previously did circa 2010 or 11 timeframe over in Eastside Costa Mesa at 341 East 21st Street. On the left, you see the before picture, which was an old dilapidated ranch home. Again, that one was about 63 feet wide, if I recall, by about 300 feet deep or 200 and something feet deep. So that one also was challenging just in terms of its width, but by comparison, our current site is 49 feet wide. That one was 63 feet wide, so a lot more to work with. If you can go to the next slide. This shows a comparison between the adjacent project to us at 1974 Meyer Place, which was built, I believe, in 2012 or thereabouts, under the urban plan. And if you look at that project, it's got a straight drive aisle that goes in. It's got no visible landscaping or vines on the wall. It's pretty straightforward and vanilla. On the right, you compare to what we did at 341 East 21st Street. Our drive aisle, if you notice, is all cobblestone. So it's got an aesthetic appeal to it. It jogs slightly to the left and in so that it breaks up that long, straight visual line of sight. And we've gone overboard in terms of the landscaping within narrow spaces just to create wall covering and vines and really give the project a robust landscaping feel. So that's similar to what we propose to do on this site. So I'm just showing that comparison, is that ours is going to look a lot more like the project on the right that we did before than the one on the left, which was built by someone else adjacent to our project. Please go ahead on to the next one. The purpose of this aerial as outlined is to show that our site, which is basically the 2 undeveloped properties in the center, have been built around over the years. So the adjacent projects that you see highlighted within that yellow box area are projects that were built in the late 80s, early 1990s, and then on the southwest edge in the 2012 timeframe. We did try, in fact, to assemble the property to the northwest of us unsuccessfully. So all we were able to obtain was just the 2 parcels that we're working with now. But basically, we fill a narrow gap in between several other adjacent properties that have already been redeveloped since their original development state. So we sort of fill the gap in between the midst of a 1.4 acre area that has already been developed around us. So that's the point of that slide. Like we don't have the opportunity to assemble a minimum of 1 acre, but we fill a gap of a 1.4 acre space that's already been redeveloped around us. Next slide, please. Just very briefly, this illustrates a current drainage issue that we have, not only on our site, but frankly in the neighborhood. The natural topography slopes down towards the center of the 2 streets between Meyer Place and Anaheim Avenue. So our existing condition is a big puddle that forms kind of where that blue spot is. And the red lines show the natural water flow drainage that's occurred in the past, so that the water all flows out across to a neighboring property and out. Redevelopment of this site and our grading and our drainage plan will solve that problem, not only for our 2 properties, but will also, benefit a lot of that drainage issue in the surrounding area. Next slide. This is just a bird's eye view aerial perspective that we created just to kind of give a glimpse of what this actually looks like when you overlay it in on top of the surrounding area. So it's just really to give a visual, and this is one of many exhibits that we've included. You probably saw in your package just to try and show different points about sunlight and shading and privacy issues and you name it, and just sort of a relative fit within this space, and particularly with respect to the intensity and height of the existing projects that were already built around us. Next slide, please. And that's just same thing, but kind of different angle. We can go ahead to the next one. Okay, this one sort of looks confusing at first, but the gist of this is to show the code allows for up to a maximum of 45 feet in terms of building height. Our peak height is at 44 feet. And what this illustrates is that out of the total kind of building area within the project, only 46% of our project actually hits 44 feet, which, by the way, is still below the code requirement of 45 feet. And the remainder of the site is at roughly 34 feet. So there's articulation in the roof lines that breaks that up. And in fact, if you went all the way from curb to curb from Meyer Place to Anaheim Avenue, that 44-foot massing would be far less than 46%. I would guess it would be probably in the 30 or 35% range once you factor in the setbacks on either street and the setbacks in between open space in between the buildings. So that's just kind of a visual to kind of talk to the height issue. Would also note that as we were going through the main part of this process, we never thought that the roof terraces would be considered a fourth story because the urban plan is silent to it. And we did it primarily to create a covering for the stairwell that goes up there, but also really just to make that space very nice and usable. So that there's kind of a little, mini sort of dry bar kitchenette up there that would encourage people to actually utilize that space and socialize and use it up there. By comparison, there were other projects built in the city under the urban plan that had rooftop terraces with just open staircases, which for one means that you have rain and the elements going straight down into an open staircase, which although there are drain pipes in the landings of those stairwells, it just seems like a disastrous sort of long-term effect for the structural integrity of those to not have any kind of roof covering over the stairwell. Furthermore, those rooftop areas create more surface roof area for us to put solar panels and be more green and sustainable in our approach. So we like that as well. Go ahead, next slide. And then I think last point to talk about, this was something that came up at the Planning Commission level to do with active transportation and connectivity, walkability, those type of concepts. I'm a huge fan of that personally. We had not contemplated that into our original design. That was something that came up at Planning Commission. And so we came up with a couple alternatives that we're showcasing for you here for the first time tonight to see if you would prefer if we did this. And basically, in a nutshell, in between the two open parking spaces, as seen kind of in the center image at the top left, the enlarged partial site plan, instead of having a solid wall across, we're proposing to have just two 5-foot by 5-foot walls. And that's primarily just to keep, to block a little bit of the line of sight going through, so it's not just so long and cavernous of a view, but it sort of breaks that up. And also just to block cars from ever getting creative and trying to jump the curb and driving straight through from Meyer Place to Anaheim that way. But opening it up does allow for pedestrians to pass through that area. And so that's what we heard, and that's what we're trying to achieve. So since the Planning Commission and now, we came up with this. And then if you go to the next slide, is just another variation of that. And in this variation, the only difference is along the property line wall, instead of having that landscaping strip, we could also just concrete that or pave it just to make it more pedestrian walkable, as opposed to having to walk across the landscaping strip that's there. So just trying to open it up for pedestrian connectivity at your pleasure if you wish to accept either of these alternate plans. And are there any other slides? Or is that it? Was that the last slide?
Looks like it. Sorry, Steve. Yes, that was the last slide. Bit of technology issue.
Thank you. So that's all I think I have for now, but I'm available. My project managers are here with me. My architects are here with me. Our engineers are here. So we're open to any discussion or any questions you may have. But I just want to stress that we've put a tremendous amount of time and effort into trying to make this work within the merit and intent of what your general plan land use designation says and what the urban overlay says. So within the context that we have, we currently have basically 5 existing bastardized units, a house on Anaheim and a house on Meyer Place that each have little kind of bastardized units going on behind them. We don't have them all occupied, by the way. And to go from that to trying to create something new, our only options really are within the R2HD zoning code would allow up to 6 homes. That's the underlying zoning. Obviously, those would be larger square footage, larger price points. So our goal is to try and keep the price points down as much as possible by following the urban plan and also following what the general plan land use designation aspires to create. And that led us to 8 units, which is still below the allowable density. And just trying to make all that work within all the other code requirements that conflict and don't really line up quite properly, especially on a challenging site that's 49 feet wide. So with that, I'm in your hands and up for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Council, do we have comments for the applicant? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar. I have a few questions and a few comments. So I'll begin with the questions first. And I will begin with the applicant just to go from there. So Mr. Jones, currently of those 5 units that are on those 2 lots, how many of those are occupied at the moment?
2 of them are occupied, and that's the primary house on Anaheim Ave and the primary house on Meyer Place.
Okay. And then I believe in our prior discussions, you mentioned that one of the 2 tenants is a relative of the owner of the property. Is that correct?
Not a relative, but a contractor. Like a vendor/contractor relationship to the owner.
So in actuality, there really is only one property that has like actual tenants, because one property has a contractor, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Because that one's kind of more of a barter deal. The other one is an actual month-to-month rental agreement with 3 cool young roommate guys.
Okay, month to month. Thank you. And then just for the public, 'cause I know a couple of things I've mentioned to you before, a couple of concerns I've heard were the height and the shading of the building. So I don't know if you had the shading map with you today, but what, if any, result would shading cause for neighbors nearby? Shading issues will cause for the property.
So I'm not sure. I would prefer to defer this to Dirk Phelan, who is our architect. Okay. And there is a wonderful exhibit that shows the height and shading study at different points of the year. Nancy, is that something you could pull up from the plan, the height and shading exhibit?
Yes, that's something I actually can share. Give me 1 second.
Okay, and Dirk, are you online and unmuted and available to address that one? Because we put a lot of time and effort into really looking at that and trying to create a visual that would show.
Yes, I'm available and unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening. My name is Dirk Phelan. I'm with Withey Malcolm Architects. And I will, yes, terrific. So yes, as Steve mentioned, we put a lot of time and effort to really illustrate, what the effects would be with the shade and shadow study. And really to understand what the effects would be, we also modeled the buildings that were adjacent to our site. Mm-hmm. So when you look at March, June, and September, you can see that the effects are very minimal. And there isn't any significant shadowing occurring onto adjacent sites. And when you look at December, you'll also notice the same thing. Since we modeled the heights of the adjacent buildings, you can see that the roofs are all white, bright white. So what that indicates is that the shadow that the current development or the proposed development is shadowing is not going over the roofs of the adjacent properties. So if the adjacent properties wanted to provide any solar panels in the future on some of the roofs, there wouldn't be any issues. There is a little bit more shadow that is occurring on the smaller height units that are adjacent, but you'll notice that when you look to the north, and I think that's the north, the adjacent property casts more shadow than what we are casting. And I think it's due to the size and proportion of the building. You'll see that how it casts adjacent onto their property. So there isn't any significant effects that we see that would be caused on the adjacent properties.
Thank you. And then just to reiterate, because I know I heard concerns of neighbors north of your lot that they were scared that their home and backyard will be in someone's backyard. It looks like the garage is facing north, so there'll be a buffer between someone's backyard and the home, correct?
The garage, I believe, I'd have to zoom in to see it a little bit closer. But yeah, I think it was on the north side. So yeah, there is some minor shadowing that occurs in some of the yard spaces, but it's at the worst time of the year. That's when the sun is lowest, and you're gonna have some type of shadowing from everybody's property. And that's what I wanted to kind of say. You'll see the same shadowing that is occurring on the adjacent properties on their neighbors. It's just nothing you can do about it. It's just where the sun sits at from an angle standpoint, and it's very difficult, even if you have a 1-story, 2-story, or 3-story, to alleviate any type of shadowing that would occur.
Okay, and then thank you for answering those questions. I have a few questions now for city staff. So I also heard a lot of complaints about the height of the project. So just to confirm, the height is within code, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so basically, like, we can't change that because it's within the code of
Ms.
the
Nguyen. Ms. Nguyen, do you want to answer that?
That is correct. The maximum building height allowed per the urban plan is 45 feet, and this project at the highest point of the roof is 44 feet.
Okay, and then my last question is this, and this one might be a bit big for the developer, but I gotta ask it for my community, is because they have variance deviations, right? I know it's not a variance and deviation. Do we have, as a city council, any legs to stand on to ask for an affordable unit in this project?
To answer that, Councilmember Chavez.
Go ahead.
What I would say is that the council has the discretion to approve or deny the project on its merits, including the request for deviations and whether the council believes that the project meets the findings of a master plan. In terms of, without an inclusionary housing ordinance, in terms of requiring affordability, that does get a little tougher because you are subject to nexus and proportionality requirements when you require conditions of approval. But certainly it's a question that I think could be asked of the applicant.
Okay. So I guess this is the point A to ask the question to the applicants. Would you guys be amenable to having one low housing unit to offset the fact that we're going to be evicting 3 of our residents?
Hi there, Steve Jones here again. Thanks, because I knew you were going to ask this question. I don't have a really simple answer. It's a complicated question, but in short, we don't have the economic ability to do that. And quite frankly, our base case here is we've got 5 existing dilapidated units that really ought to be demolished and redone. But if push came to shove, then our backup plan, I guess, would be to put lipstick on those and fix them up as best we can and just work with what we've got. Now with all the new ADU laws and that kind of stuff, we could theoretically perfect the 5 units that we've got. So to go through all this and create new units, there's such a vast gap between market rate and affordability and whatever that I apologize, but we just don't have the economic wherewithal to do that. And I strongly believe, as stated by a lot of your planning commissioners and whatnot, that we have we've made all the design changes we could and played by all the rules in terms of designing a project that meets the spirit of the urban plan. So, but for some complications within your code, we've played by all the rules and we've done our best to do that. And I don't believe there's really a legal requirement to impose an affordability thing without offering subsidy to help bridge that gap. What we can offer is that instead of processing a plan according to the underlying R2HD high density code, which could get us to theoretically 6 homes, employing the urban plan overlay to get to 8 homes, which is also consistent with the general plan land use designation density. That allows us to become the most affordable new housing project for sale in the city. Roughly half of the median home price in Costa Mesa right now, as we've guesstimated it to be. So we're excited about that. We're going to be the cheapest affordable new housing project coming on the market for sale, because these are 2-bedroom units, and we pushed and pulled to to keep the square footages down and the unit count up to 8 instead of 6, as kind of allowed by right on the site.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I think your comments are a good segue to something I want to touch up again. Ultimately, what we have here in this situation is we have no team. Yeah.
Let's keep it to questions and come back for comments, because we still haven't heard public comment.
Okay. Well, I'll make one last comment before we go. It's going to be very brief. I appreciate that you guys did a walkthrough for us in that property, because that's something that everyone was asking for.
Yeah, we heard that loud and clear, and I'm a big fan of that too. So I hope that works.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Jones, thanks for the presentation. And I truly apologize for not having the time to get out and see the area and spend any time with you. So I have a few questions. What is the expected price point per unit, and what's the per square foot price point you're expecting?
Per square foot, I don't know off the top of my head, but I could venture a guess. So price points, I think, would be starting in the $625 to $650 range. These are 6 out of the 8 units are 2 bedrooms. Then the 3 bedrooms would probably be higher, either in the high 6s or possibly even into the low to mid 7s, I guess, at the high end is what I would guess. Median home price right now in Costa Mesa, I believe, is north of 1.2 million, which sounds crazy, but it just shows the desirability of coastal city, in a relatively coastal city in Orange County, right? And price points are crazy all over Orange County. So certainly affordability is an issue, but we're proud to be able to deliver new homes at the most affordable and competitive prices relative to anything else being built in the area.
I was curious. Thank you. And your prices are literally crazy. I don't get it. Either. The number of neighbors you're going to have, because I've gotten 3 or 4 people writing emails saying we don't like the project, but how many total neighbors are you going to have that are adjacent to this project? Give me a rough number, just so I can get a sense of it.
Ooh,
100 or 30 or.
Oh, adjacent, like immediately adjacent around our site?
Adjacent, yeah.
It's going to be less than 100. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's 5 homes to the southwest of us. The project to the southeast of us, gosh, I'm not sure. I don't know if Bill would know. My associate Bill Jager's on the line as well, so I'm not sure, but I'm guessing that's,
I'm just trying to get a sense of 3 or 4 letters represents, 3% of the people around, or 2% or 50%, or that's what I'm trying to assess. Makes any sense.
So, we're surrounded by 5 homes to the southeast. I'm going to call it maybe 15 or 20 townhomes to the.
There's 19 homes that I'm roughly counting immediately adjacent to us. I'm both the north and the south side.
Yeah. Okay.
19 separate units.
The other one comment, I'm stealing this from someone that wrote an email in, but he he had a question, and that was a good one. Is it possible to narrow the driveway entrance and improve the end unit frontages, which seems like it would improve the product and improve the visual of the product?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that because we caught wind of that too, and we did look into it. And in fact, there was another project referenced in that regard over on 16th Street that actually had a narrower drive aisle than ours. So we got excited and went and tried to look into it last minute and see if there could be something feasible there. So our site is designed to a minimum driveway width of 20 feet, which is a requirement by your Public Works, and it's also a requirement by Orange County Fire Authority. There's an exception to that if the lot has a depth of less than 150 feet. Ours is 373 feet across. So even if you bifurcate it into two halves coming in from both streets, we exceed the 150 feet, which means that Orange County Fire Authority has to drive onto our site to extinguish fires, as opposed to being able to handle it out from the arterial street. So
I want to respect everybody's time, and you answered the question. Okay. Okay. No, it's okay for me. Thank you, though. I appreciate it.
Sorry about that.
Anything else, Councilmember Harper? Okay. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the question that Councilmember Harper, I think, started on the street frontages, or the similar comment that we heard, I think, discussed at the Planning Commission with this sort of orientation of the units that are close to the street. Mr. Jones, hopefully I didn't zone out for a minute, but I'm not sure you did touch on that. Did you guys make a change there? I was looking at the diagrams, for example, on handwritten page 50. I don't know if we're able to bring that up, Nancy. It's hard to tell sort of what is and isn't part of the final design, but on handwritten page 50, it does look like the end units do have sort of street-facing orientation now, even with a porch and a sidewalk, or a walkway out to the sidewalk. Is that part of the final design, and is that something you changed after the Planning Commission?
That is correct. It's not something we changed since the Planning Commission, but it's something that we changed since we came to you guys once before in October 2019 for the, I'm sorry, I forget what you call it, but the study session up front. So that was something that we heard loud and clear, was to orient the end units to have porches and to have sidewalks and to actually face the streets and engage with the streets. And so the two end cap units do in fact do that. And in fact, they even step back in effort to try and articulate a little better, within the neighborhood. So they actually have a sort of first story roof deck that encompasses the front porch area, and then it goes up and then it steps back again at kind of a second story level. So, even by design, we're articulating it with setbacks and step backs in terms of the roof configurations. But yes, they do have walkways that go straight out to the street. They've got front doors that go out to the street, and they face the street and engage with the street.
Great. And is there, in one of the examples of a previous project, Mr. Jones, that you shared with us, the sort of that same orientation actually did have a brick wall between the housing units in the street. Is there a sort of condition here that there would not be a wall put up between the sidewalk, sort of the public sidewalk, and the housing units?
So yeah, I've heard that mentioned a few times now by you guys, also by Planning Commission. So we're open to a condition in that regard. We're not planning to build any walls out there. So we're planning on keeping the front setback landscaping open and intact with those walkways engaged to the front doors of those units. And we're not planning on fencing those off in any way, shape, or form. And we're open to a condition that would hold us to that, but we're not planning on doing it anyways.
Got it. Okay. One more question, and I think this is for staff actually. Just on the deviations again. So I want to make sure I have the list right. And I think Nancy, you did have some slides on this, but I was looking down when you had those up. So let me tell me if I'm missing something. So the lot area, and I know we've heard sort of the explanations of why these are sort of difficult to reconcile, but the deviations include the lot area, open space, which normally requires 40%. What we're getting is 23.2%. Building height, we've heard is met, but it's interesting here in this comparison on handwritten page 8, it says the required is 3 stories at 45 feet, and what is proposed is 4 stories at 44 feet. Can you just explain to me, Nancy, why we would specify the number of stories and a height as opposed to just a height?
I can attempt to answer that question, but Ms. Lee might have to help me out a little bit.
Sure.
So if I can speak to the urban plans, the three story and the 45 feet, that a lot of the urban plans were for the industrial properties of the west side, which in the industrial area, it does allow for a higher height at 45 feet. And I believe it also allows for 3 stories. So perhaps the city council at the time adopted the same height standard and story standard for this particular residential ownership urban plan. But perhaps Ms. Lee or Ms. Ashabi could add further details to clarify your question.
I would just say from a massing perspective, I think that the more critical of the two is the actual maximum height. I would say that it is consistent throughout our code that we list number of stories as well as building height. In terms of what that accomplishes, I think there was a recognition in the past that number of stories was something that was important to the council as well as total building height. But Minu, if you could elaborate on any past conversations related to that, that would be
sure. The building heights and the way the staircases and their enclosures have been treated over the years have kind of evolved from the time that the urban plans were adopted. Originally, they were 3 stories with rooftops, and then there were some issues, as the applicant indicated, with the drainage, with having a shade structure. We were getting umbrellas and some non-compatible roof structures. So the council had this idea of having a more uniform, and that's why some of the projects, like for example, the project on 17 and Pomona has a built-in like a shade structure. So it has evolved over the years. The purpose of identifying the number of the stories is those are basically livable stories, and then the 4th level is usually a roof deck, and in this case, it has an enclosure that may be extended to that has a little bit of a wet bar area added to it, so it makes it more usable. But it's really not part of the entire unit.
And I would just make a clarification as well that some of the other urban plans actually specifically address roof decks and specify that they are not considered an additional story. However, this urban plan does not include that language, and that's why the discrepancy is before you as a deviation.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then there's some other deviations that I think are just sort of a foot here, a foot there in terms of setback, the garage inner dimension, and so on. Am I missing any other of sort of the major deviations?
One other one would just be open space, specifically for the private
open space. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
The depth is 10 feet, but 5 feet is provided.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the public comment. Going back to, I think it was Councilmember Chavez earlier, or initial questions around the deviations and sort of our discretion on when it's appropriate to grant those. I'm looking at the urban plan sort of goals, and this I've highlighted and bolded and circled this, add vitality to the neighborhood. And that's, I think probably most of us are aware that these kinds of projects might have a different feel to many residents in those neighborhoods. I don't know that Add Vitality, that there's still a question mark in my mind on that. So I think excuse me if you can hear my dog, sorry about that. The walkthrough that the applicant described certainly takes steps in that direction. That street facing orientation, I think, is a step in that direction, but I'm eager to hear from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds. And just a quick reminder to my colleagues that we address folks by last names while we're up here. So it's Miss Nguyen. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Just a quick question for the applicant. You offered tonight some alternatives for connectivity. Can we bring that up real quickly? I just have one or two quick questions about it. I think they were the last two slides, Ms. Nguyen. Is that it?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay. I can't, oh, first alternative. Okay. So it looks like this, and just for context, is this the same location where you identified a drainage problem?
Yeah, previously in the past, but that goes away when we regrade the site.
Okay. So it looks like the two parking spaces closest to the buildings are covered ultimately. And then you've got two open parking spaces, but they still have some wall or portion of a wall between them. Is the intent to try and still keep that wall in place and those parking spaces there?
We were just trying to keep a wall there for two reasons, like a small wall, and primarily just to prevent cars from trying to hop the curb and pass through from Meyer Place to Anaheim, which would obviously be very dangerous. But also just to break up the visual line of sight so that you don't look down just this ominous drive aisle from one street to the other in that regard. So it opens it up for visibility and for connectivity and people to walk through it. But just visually, I think it would look better with some kind of a wall there, or at least some kind of landscaping, hedges or something there, if not a wall. But so just as a first pass, we put a couple small walls just to kind of suggest that we think there probably wants to be something there as opposed to nothing, but we're wide open to suggestion in that regard.
Okay.
If you take a look at the far right elevations, you can see the walls, one below the covered unit and one to the right. And there's quite a bit of opening between those walls to allow pedestrians to walk through.
Right. No, I see that, but still, you've got parking spaces there. So, imagine a car being parked there. That doesn't really, it operates more as a solid wall. My question to you is, if you didn't have to provide those two parking spaces, would you be open to that?
Yeah, we're certainly open to that. I mean, that was something we thought about, but that's up to you guys. If you want to eliminate the two outside parking spaces, then that could open it up in a whole different way. That would just make us deficient on the overall parking, which we currently meet code on the parking. So we didn't dare want to suggest that, but at your discretion, we're happy to do it.
No, and I appreciate that. Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other hands raised, we can open this up for public comment. Let me find my little script here to make sure I stay the right star number. Okay, if you'd like to speak to this item, please use the raise hand option at the bottom of the screen. If you're joining the meeting on your phone and would like to speak, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to speak when your number is called.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The first speaker will be Michael Moses-Nolf.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted there. Good evening, council and city staff, and Mr. Mayor of Garden Grove, Steve Jones. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness, especially on this pedestrian stuff. So thank you. In thinking about this project, the three things I keep in mind when evaluating it is, what benefit or value does this add to our city, especially the surrounding neighborhood? Oh, I also live at the property immediately to the north at 1985 Anaheim. So what benefit or value does this add to our city? Who does this displace? And who does this project hurt or affect negatively? So as currently proposed, I don't think the project adds enough benefit to our community for a number of reasons. Number one is the project is going to displace our neighbors who are currently living at affordable rents and replace them with luxury skyscraper homes. I do ask that for each affordable unit being lost, that the equivalent number of new units would be made available to neighbors with low and very low incomes. And basically, if we approve the project as is, it's just our city saying again to our neighbors with low incomes that, hey, we want you to like work and service here, but we don't care enough to make it easy for you to live here. Number two, the project at 3 to 4 stories high with the rooftop deck doesn't fit in with the existing neighborhood. I do support adding density to our neighborhood, and I think we need more housing for our neighbors, but it needs to be done responsibly and appropriately. So every time this style of development comes up, it's opposed by the neighbors on all sides, and no one wants to live next to these giant towers. Not one comment written or spoken that I've seen or heard has been in support of this project as it's proposed. So if it goes through as tall as it is, and remember the 45 is the maximum height, right? So projects don't have to be built to that height. But if it gets built as currently proposed, you know, we saw the shade studies. They will shade our backyards, which are our open space and where we get sunlight. And the most important time of the year is December in the winter, which when people are affected by, you know, SAD and need sunlight to help them be happy. So, and then of course there was the privacy aspect as well. People looking down, the more number of stories you have, the easier it is for people to look down into your yard and you lose your privacy. And so I would just like for you to consider, you know, would you want to live next to this project? So the same proposed density can be achieved with 2-story units at the same height as the developments on both the north and south side. My development is a example of that. And the developer could also sell in the 2-story homes that are 2 to 3 bedrooms and hit the price points he mentioned, both in the planning commission meeting a couple weeks ago, as well as tonight. So our home, which is just the north
Excuse
proposed.
me, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christine Nolf.
Hi, good evening. I want to thank the council for making an agenda with all of the things that I care about on the same night. So thanks for doing that. I also live next door to the proposed development. I'm speaking now as a neighbor and resident of Costa Mesa. And I think when I hear about like the purpose of the urban plan is to revitalize the neighborhood. In the 20 years I've lived in Westside Costa Mesa, the struggle with that is it's come to mean for us that that means our neighbors have to move out. And so every time something nice is done, then people that we've come to care about have to move. And so I think I really am looking for development that provides housing for current Costa Mesa residents and aligns with our goals as a city, namely increasing affordability and walkability. So it was really great to see the changes incorporated into this project since the planning commission meeting with the pedestrian and bike pass through, which for our family are high priorities. And again, would just reiterate the need for affordability in our community and the opportunities that these projects continue to provide. And if we don't have that as part of what we're asking of developers, then we continue to have our neighbors displaced and moved out. So I would ask that this be approved with an affordability included. And again, I have concerns as Moses mentioned, with the height of the buildings staring down into our backyard as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dolph. Mr. Martinez. Go ahead, you're unmuted. Mr. Martinez? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I just hope that the pedestrian pass-throughs are included in this project. Walkability is important to me. I'm on the Bikeway and Walkability Committee. And I also hope that Councilmember Harlan's suggestion is included. Minimum parking requirements to me don't make sense. So I hope that like those two outer parking spaces can be removed to allow for greater mobility. And I also do want to echo the Nolf's affordability is very important, especially in the west side. So I hope that something can be done about that. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers wishing to speak to this item? If you are on your phone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to speak when your number is called. Okay, seeing no other speakers for public comment, I will go ahead and close public comment. Council, can I get a motion? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar. I would like to move that we ask the applicant to come back with a proper walkthrough by removing 2 parking spots and an inclusion of 1 moderate income unit.
Second.
Okay, motion by Chavez, second by Reynolds. Councilmember Chavez, do you want to speak to your motion?
Just briefly. So I think ultimately what we're facing today is quite frankly this simple fact. No one really is in favor of this project. Not that it's a bad project. It did as best it could with the property it was given and the overlay it has. But ultimately what we're all reflecting and what's been reflected in the Planning Commission discussions is the simple fact. This overlay does not fit the vision we have for District 4 and District 5 in Costa Mesa. This overlay was passed years ago with an intention to target only apartments, to target only areas of low-income housing, with the intention of vitalizing the community. What does that mean in really? It means get rid of people who are poor. And time again in my entire life growing up in Costa Mesa, I've seen the fear I've faced from my friends who've been evicted for properties because there was a move to have ownership that no one could afford in the area. So I am comfortable doing this motion because ultimately I understand the need for housing. Ultimately, I understand that the applicant is using the tools at his disposal. And I feel that given those rules, the best I can ask for is just 1 moderate income unit, which for those that don't know, would be roughly an income level of $50,000 to $72,000 for a family. Ultimately, that's the real issue here. That's why I pulled this item, because this overlay has to go. So one thing I will ask the city staff is at the most convenient time, as quick as possible, let's bring this up to discussion because this overlay is outdated and it's caused enough harm for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Reynolds, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I do. I want to set aside the overlay issue for a minute. I 100% agree we should revisit that. Focused on the project here, you know, I'm thinking about one of the reasons I ran for council is because we had council approving projects with multiple variances and deviations, and so I look very, very closely when there are requests for deviations at the question of, okay, is it a net benefit to the neighborhood? And I go back to this, you know, is this project adding vitality to the neighborhood? And I'm searching for one of the commenters' quotes here. but I'll just try to describe. When I think about walking in this neighborhood or biking in this neighborhood, the vitality that exists there is when we see people sitting in their front yards. Obviously, people walking in when we see people. Period. And every time I pass one of these projects that are sort of similar in shape and form, vitality and vibrancy and benefit are not the words that come to mind. And I appreciate the very difficult, it's been a very difficult deliberation because I appreciate the work the applicant has done to sort of fit within a very difficult box, if you will. But I think because of my concerns about whether and how this project adds vitality to the neighborhood, I can't see approving it without the 2 additions that Councilmember Chavez suggested here. The walk through to create sort of small blocks to encourage more people walking through the neighborhood, and an affordability component that really speaks to acknowledging that this our housing goals, and I think with this urban plan as well is intended to support great owner occupancy, but owner occupancy for our neighbors, right? Not replacing our neighbors. And vitality is supporting housing for our residents, not replacing our residents. So that's why those are the conditions under which I would approve this project.
I just have a quick question for the applicant. Would the applicant be willing to offer some kind of a displacement benefit to the existing tenants?
Sure. And in fact, we were planning to do that anyways. Like I said, there's really only one tenancy in the house on Anaheim Avenue. It's 3 roommates. They're on a month-to-month. The base requirement would be a 60-day notice to terminate, and then evaluating their security deposit, itemizing that. We would offer to give them a much longer notice period, say minimum 120-day notice. Also to give back their full security deposit back the day they move out, since the homes will obviously be demolished at that point. And then also to refund their last 2 months full rent. So that's typical of what we've done on those. That gives them plenty of notice and plenty of cash to work with to go find someplace else comparable in the city. And these are not affordable housing units, by the way. I mean, the rents we have are reasonable just under the circumstances that they're just interim. So we're not maximizing rents currently, but they're not currently restricted in any way. So we're not actually displacing any affordable tenants, just to be clear on the terminology.
I understand.
And sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may ask, what's the current rent?
That house is $2,900, I think, or maybe it's $2,950 a month. I would guess the market rate for that big of a house on that big of a lot would probably be at least $3,600.
So just to add more clarity, because this is my district, I kind of know it just decently well. Is it a 3-bedroom apartment or a 2-bedroom apartment?
It's a 3-bedroom house with basically 4 cars worth of garage that people have kind of used more as living space over the years.
Thank you.
On a huge lot.
Okay, any other comments from council?
Mayor Pro Tem, sorry, if I could just clarify on Councilmember Chavez's motion. And also, I believe it was Councilmember Harlan's comment. It was 2 spaces. Okay, just want to double check. It was 2 or 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Sorry, I don't know who went first, Harper or Harlan.
Let Councilman Harlan go first, please.
Okay.
Oh, no, Don, by all means, floor is yours.
No, you're more an expert.
Okay, let's go. Councilmember Harlan.
Hey. So I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Reynolds about the need to revisit the overlay. It clearly doesn't reflect the values that we have today. And it does not reflect, I think, a design aesthetic that is consistent with, or at least complementary to the neighborhood. There's a lot wrong with this overlay plan, but it exists, and it's what the applicant has operated under. And I feel it's very difficult to say to an applicant, especially since, as he's outlined, this has been a 3+ year process, that given the fact that the city council gave some direction with the general plan screening, and they did their homework and they came up with an alternative plan, and it arguably fits within the code. I think the deviations that are requested are kind of nominal at best. They're nothing unusual, and certainly fits within the height. But it's very difficult to say to them, no, I'm going to reject it on those grounds. Then to layer in the affordability piece, from the dais to legislate that, I'm just not comfortable with. And for a few reasons. One, it's hard for me to find a nexus between that. I think the city attorney had also suggested that, or maybe it was Miss Lee, that we would have to make some kind of finding to that effect. And as well, I have to note, we've got two of our council, our mayor and Councilmember Gameros, absent from this decision. And so I think if we're going to be making any strong policy recommendations that relate to affordability, it really should be a full, or at least as much as possible, full vote of the city council. We're really talking about establishing a new policy here. And I totally understand, Councilmember Chavez, where you're coming from on this, as well as Councilmember Reynolds, and I wholeheartedly agree. I just don't know that this is the way in which we can do that. So I don't think I can support it at this point. I do, however, say, I looked at the plans. I'm glad that the applicant offered that alternative connectivity. I think it's a worthwhile exchange to eliminate the parking to provide that connectivity, because to my mind, connectivity is what does promote community vitality. And so, that's as much as an applicant can do at this time. If we want to have a discussion about affordability, I'm certainly open to it right now. But I think it's a much broader issue that we really have to examine in detail. And it's hard to put an applicant in the position of trying to be the test case for it when there's no expectation that that's part of their application.
Councilmember Harlan, did you want to offer a substitute motion?
No, I don't. Do you?
Yes, I can wait till after Councilmember Harper goes, though. Sorry, were you done?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper.
Council Member Harlan, I agree with everything you said. This may be a first, and I do appreciate what you said. I think it's very smart, and I agree. And I appreciate your recognition of what Councilmember Chavez and Reynolds, Councilwoman Reynolds, are saying too. I appreciate that. I'm kind of torn on this project. I do, however, it gives me pain every time we talk about putting more cars on the street, because we that impacts neighbors, and I'm sensitive to the neighborhood. The 4 stories in the project bothers me, but I don't know, I don't know if that's a win to make them reduce that or not. I don't know how these properties, to your point of you have to reimagine what this is going to be, because I don't know how these properties, given the state, move forward, because as the applicant said, if you don't approve the project, then we're maybe bastardizing existing properties with ADUs, and it becomes really something that's very unattractive. And so I wish I had a motion, but I don't. But those are my comments. Thank you.
City Attorney. Ms. Barlow.
Thank you. I was going to suggest that because we don't have an inclusionary housing ordinance right now, that perhaps an alternative would be to ask the applicant to commit to not only the walkable space that they've described and the cut through essentially, but that they also commit to sell at least 1 or 2 of the units to first-time home buyers and work with our housing program to do first-time home buyer loans or something that would help make those units accessible and more affordable to young first-time home buyers in the community. That's just an alternative that they may be more amenable to.
Okay. I actually am willing to include that instead of asking for 1 moderate housing income unit. Because ultimately, the intent I want to do is at least approve the project because we do need more housing, and it's important for us to kind of remind folks that as we do a housing element, we're going to be building more affordable, more housing units in general. And unfortunately, we're in the awkward gray period where we don't have the inclusionary housing element yet, inclusionary ordinance yet. So I'm open to doing that suggestion as per Ms. Barlow.
Does the second concur? Can't hear you. Still muted.
Yeah, double muted. Okay. Ms. Barlow, I want to make sure I understand this. Your recommendation is that we ask the applicant to work with agencies to support a first-time home buyer. There's no guarantees that it is a first-time home buyer. There's no guarantees. I'm looking for you on the screen here. There you are.
Yeah.
On affordability.
Yeah, actually, we do have our own first-time home buyer program. Our successor agency and housing authority have a program that I work with staff regularly to, to do these loans. We sometimes get them repaid from prior buyers, and so there may be some funds available. I haven't checked that, but if the applicant is willing to commit to either, saying at least 2 of the 8 units, they will work with some, first-time home buyers to work with either city's housing authority to obtain a first-time home buyer loan that would make it more affordable for them, or whatever other programs might be available to make the 2 of the 8 units more affordable to someone, families living in Costa Mesa, that might approach the goal that you have articulated without crossing the legal line.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, my concern, and apologies for not being more articulate at this hour, is really, I appreciate the opportunity to create ownership opportunities. My concern is, who are we creating those ownership opportunities for, right? Is it for members of our community or for higher income levels, which has the effect of, displacing. We may not be displacing specific people since the existing units are largely empty, but we're sort of displacing ownership opportunities. So that's why the affordability piece is so important to me. If Councilmember Chavez is amenable and the applicant is amenable, I'll second that.
Mayor Jones. Mr. Jones, did you want to weigh in as the...
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me. Thank you.
I forgot to call you Mayor Joe, Mr. Jones. There you go. Whatever you...
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Yeah, I was getting nervous there for a minute because we really would like to get this project approved tonight. We would like to not have to come back. If we're certainly agreeable, if you would like to eliminate 2 parking spaces and create a proper pass-through element there, I think that's something you could direct staff to work with us on to their satisfaction, and we could come up with something that's that's gonna work in that regard and be great. Again, like I said before, it's a little bit of a slippery slope on the affordable thing. you do not have an inclusionary housing in place, and there's not a legal requirement to to impose an affordable unit, and it would be very detrimental to a very small infill project that's already way over time and budget, with all due respect. So we're worried about that part. We're certainly wide open to something creative, as proposed by Councilmember Barlow, about committing to a first-time homebuyer program for at least 2 units.
The attorney,
working with
yeah.
cities. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, if I'm a mayor, then you just got moved up to a council member. So anyways, we're amenable to all that. We would cordially like to ask that we could move forward tonight. So if you could see it upon yourselves to, give whatever direction is necessary to perfect that language about, the first time home buyer program on at least 2 units or something, we're totally down with doing that. And we're fine with eliminating the 2 open parking spaces and creating a proper pass-through.
Okay. And then thank you for that, Mr. Jones. And then city staff, do you guys understand the motion now? So it's have the applicant work with city staff to remove 2 parking units, make a proper walkthrough, and then work with city staff to create a process for 2 of the homes to go to first-time home buyers, preferably Cushman's residents, but if not, I understand that.
Yes,
Clear?
so yes, I just wanted to weigh in because this is a novel and innovative concept. And so we don't have the federal HUD home funds fund balance in front of us right now. I thank you to Attorney Kim Barlow for her creativity. I'm not sure how much we have in funding. However, I commit to you that we will look at our federal HUD home program funds, we will look at our CDBG funds, and we'll look at even our general fund sources if needed to work with the developer on that aspect of it in terms of promoting home ownership for Costa Mesa, primarily, preferably for these 2 units.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now that we've restated the motion, second still concurs, you can just nod.
Okay, some clarification.
One second, let me make sure we are all clear on the motion and we all agree, and then I'll go
That's
to you.
what I want to know. Okay.
Yeah. You were totally muted, so.
Yes. Gosh, 3rd time. Yes.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Harper, did you need us to restate the motion?
So I want to make sure I understand when you say work with first-time home buyer programs, does that mean that the 2 units have to be bought by first-time home buyers, or does it mean best efforts?
My understanding from what the city manager just said, it's best efforts. We may not have the funding available.
May not have the funding,
Supplement and
or
right.
they can still sell. The other question I just want clarification on, because I know the planning commission spent a long time with this and looked at it at the pass-through pedestrian, remove the 2 parking spaces. Isn't there an existing pass-through that's adequate? Are we trying to do overkill on something that already exists? And I haven't been to the site manual, so
If I may speak, if I may speak, Councilor Harper, reason why I'm asking for this is that these blocks are particularly very long. So while they are very walkable in feet and miles, they don't feel walkable. Just going down from, like example, Ray Elementary School to 19th Street feels very long, despite it being a very short distance because the blocks are not caught up. So any opportunity we have to do a cut through in my district is really necessary. One thing I'll point out too is we already have a cut through we use in my district a lot, right behind Neat Coffee, behind the alley of DMV. People walk that all the time. I see it all the time. I actually walk it every day in my daily walk. It's very crucial.
And this is better than having 2 more cars on the street. And just really the question. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's call for the question, folks. And well done, Ms. Nguyen, as well. Thank you for your bearing with us through all this.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, great job, everyone. Can we take a 5-minute break and come back at 10:21?
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
just since it's connected, if this is an appropriate time, I think none of us want to be in this position again. Can we request that we agendize a review of the Mesa West urban plan?
Yeah, let's revisit it during council member comments at the end.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, 10:22.
All right, just tell me when.
Mr. Mayor, you may begin.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, for doing such a wonderful job on public hearing too. Now we're moving on to our last items, our 3 new business items. For these items, just in the interest of streamlining things, there's not going to be a PowerPoint presentation for these items. Staff will has prepared and is ready to provide a brief verbal report and elaborate and answer questions that we may have. So with that, the City Clerk, please read the title to new business item 1.
This is an ordinance entitled An Urgency Ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa repealing ordinance number 2020-11 relating to a temporary moratorium on evicting tenants and declaring the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately upon adoption. Presentation by Ms. Hall Barlow, City Attorney.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney Barlow, please make your brief verbal presentation.
Mayor, I believe the city attorney has not yet returned. I can do the presentation very briefly if you wish.
Yeah. Way to go. Please.
We're bringing before you a recommendation to end the commercial eviction moratorium that was implemented as a result of the pandemic. As you know, many of our businesses and our residents have been addressing, rental issues and haven't been able to sometimes pay their rents because of the closures of businesses. We're at a point in time right now where we believe that this eviction moratorium can be suspended. We have heard back from some of our landlords and some of our business owners and property owners that they would like for us to consider ending the eviction moratorium. And so we're bringing forward to you this request. We do believe that with the reopening on June 15th, we're starting to see some improvement in the economy and reopening of businesses that would allow for most tenants to be able to make those commercial payments. And so we're bringing forward this item tonight for your consideration in order to expedite that.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Barlow, you're with us now.
Sorry about that.
Do you have anything to add to Ms. Farrell Harrison's brief verbal presentation?
Just one item, and that is that under the proposed ordinance, the tenants would still have the opportunity to repay their rent that is due through the beginning of April for 120 days before a landlord could move to evict them for non-payment. So there is a 120-day repayment period. This would essentially require tenants to begin paying their full rent on May the 1st.
Okay, I just have a clarifying question, and I want to hear questions from all the council, but you just said the beginning of April. And so we're here on the 6th of April. Normally rent is due on the beginning of the month. So if this goes into effect, if we repeal the moratorium, will it apply to rent that was due on April 1st or May 1st?
My apologies. If I said April, I meant May. So
okay, thank you.
Unless they have rent that's due, say, April 15th, that would be due on April the 15th. But for any rent that was due on April the 1st, the tenant would have 120 days to repay.
Right. So bottom line is, as I understand, if this is repealed, from the time it goes into effect, the next time rent's due, if that rent is defaulted on, then a landlord could pursue an eviction, unlawful detainer remedy with respect to that rent. But with respect to the back rent, our moratorium 120-day grace period would kick into effect.
That's correct. And of course, we would hope that landlords would be working with their tenants and the existing programs for loans and grants and so on to avoid evicting tenants who may be able to repay the rent quickly.
Thank you. Staff, council, do you have any questions for the either Ms. Farrell Harrison or Ms. Barlow? Okay, good. Let's hear from the public. So if you'd like to speak on this item, use the raise hand option at the bottom of the screen. If you are joining the meeting on your phone and would like to speak, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to speak when your number is called. Do we have anybody who wishes to speak on this item? It looks like we have one person, Cornejo, it looks like.
Good evening, good night. I don't know where to start at this point. Want to just say thank you, Jose Cornejo, representing NAIOP Southern California, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association, and we are very much in support of this. We see our members who have not been able to collect rent across the state having these issues. This makes us open up the economy and move forward. We thank you for what you've done. I think this was prudent at the time. It is now time for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't see anybody who else is in the queue. So I'm going to close public comment. Council, would anybody like to offer a motion?
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Councilmember Chavez?
I second the motion.
Okay. Does any, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, you're the moving council member. Do you have any comments with respect to your motion?
No, the staff report covered it. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez?
I'll just share briefly that as we're preparing to open the state for Governor Newsom's request on June 15th, I think we're reaching the end of the pandemic, hopefully, if everyone gets vaccinated and follows the protocol. So I think it's the appropriate time to move forward with this.
Does any other council member wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing nobody else, I do support the motion.
Sorry.
And I'm sorry, did somebody have a hand up?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have an actual hand raised. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah. Thanks. Would Mayor Pro Tem Mar, would you be willing to add to the motion to have our staff do some direct outreach, maybe through the Chamber of Commerce, into businesses that applied for or received grants, just to get their feedback on this? And the reason that I'm asking is I feel like we're making this move in part on some anecdotal requests, and I think about the short-term rental urgency ordinance that we did, and we learned so much when we got a lot of feedback from the community. I'd feel better for the second reading if we sort of had feedback from as many businesses as possible, again, especially those who received grants from us, that this is a good move.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the proposal before you is an urgency ordinance, which would take effect immediately. So there wouldn't be a second reading. We would be more than happy to reach out to the chamber to have them communicate this to their members. We haven't received any public comment on this item as far as I know, other than the verbal public comment you received tonight.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question then?
Of course.
Well, maybe the question is, can we still do that outreach and get some feedback?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Would you be willing to include that in your motion, Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
So I'd like to weigh in here just because it's a staffing issue. And so I think it's appropriate for me to weigh in. Thank you, Kim, for your comments as well. But so just to be clear, are you seeking for us to ask? We have thousands and thousands of businesses. So I'm trying to get a sense of what would be what level of inquiry would you like for us to make? So I think that got some suggestions, Councilmember Reynolds. So Dan Inlows has a good database of information on our businesses. So we could send out survey responses or a survey or a questionnaire or something to that effect, and then bring it back at the next meeting. But I'm not sure exactly what the focus is that you would like for us to make. And then how how far of a reach, right? So we have many different businesses and different, we have sole proprietorships. I'm assuming we're not going to necessarily focus on those if they're home-based, et cetera, but I just want to get a sense of level of effort and specific industry if there's a focus.
Excuse me, before there's a response to that question, Mayor Pro Tem Mars, the maker of the motion, she's got her hand up. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, I just like putting this in context, right? I mean, if we get a bunch of feedback that it's a terrible idea, are we reimposing a commercial rent moratorium, and then 2 months later, when the state gets rid of it, we're getting rid of it again? I mean,
yeah, apologies.
If you don't think this is the right thing to do right now, then we should, vote no on it. But
I might be mistaken. I thought this was the first reading and we might have a chance to, sort of change our minds if we got feedback at a second reading, but given that it would take place immediately, I think that's, I'll sort of withdraw my request.
Okay, good. Does anybody else have any, does anybody else have any comments? Any other council members? All right, I support the motion. I think it's time to do it. I'm glad we issued the eviction moratorium when we did. I think we saved some businesses there, but we're now in the orange tier, moving into the yellow tier, and it's time for businesses to pay their rent going forward, and they can take advantage of the benefit of the 120 days. So I think it's a good motion. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
yes, I apologize. That's in my eye. It's not, this is making me cry.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Well done, everyone. So now we're moving on to new business item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is the proposed plan for use of federal American Rescue Plan funds due to the city in fiscal year 2020-2021 and related budget adjustments. Presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
Thank you, Ms. Molina.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This evening before you tonight is some actually really great news we've received a little bit about a month ago, where the American Rescue Plan was signed into plan by President Biden, giving in great rescue to the American economy. In this plan, it allows some funding for local governments. About $360 billion worth will be going across all of the municipalities, counties, and territorials, and as well as states. Of this amount of money, the city of Costa Mesa is slated to receive about $28.3 million, half of it in the next 60 days, the other 50% in about 12 months. As you are aware, when we were preparing the 2021 budget, we made approximately about $10 million worth of reductions in order to balance the general fund budget to ensure fiscal sustainability. Before you tonight is a request to replenish some of those cuts that were taken as part of the budget, as well as ensure that we're make whole the disaster recovery plan as fund. As you know, the fund as this moment in time is approximately $2.5 million in a deficit. We would need to make that fund whole to recover some of the emergency expenses that the city incurred as it relates to the pandemic. We also would like to request to refund the general fund reserves for the $2 million that were approved by the city council in December for a small business bridge program. Those funds are currently being dispersed. We also would like to request the elimination and restoration of the staff furloughs, the 5% that staff gave up to help assist the general fund back in June and July for the current fiscal year. The restoration of those pay cuts, as well as the elimination, those two items as it relates to the staff furloughs do require additional negotiations with all of the bargaining groups. And this would allow the city manager to go into negotiations with the bargaining groups to eliminate the staff furloughs and restore those pay cuts. We would also would like to request a re-strategizing of the $4 million. Part of the 2021 budget balancing was the use of $4 million of emergency reserves for the current fiscal year. Be able to use these dollars instead of the general fund reserves would allow to ensure that the general fund reserve stays whole, and in essence take from these Biden dollars, so to speak. We're also requesting to restore the CAN. As I remember, we have a 5% towards our capital assets that we requested to waive for the 2021 budget of about $1.4 million that we did not fund in this year. We did fund approximately $2 million for capital. However, we waived a portion of that. We also are requesting to apply the 6.5% of the CAN, 5% for capital, and 1.5% for the IT of that $14 million that were slated to reserves in the next 60 days. And a final piece to begin to restore some of minor departmental cuts in the current fiscal year, such as overtime and some landscaping and street maintenance. Some minor adjustments of about $400,000 in the current year for the total amount that we're expected to receive, about $14 million. I do want to let you know that the other half will be coming in approximately 12 months. We are requesting that the City Council wait as we go through the budget process to deliberate on the other half, as we do anticipate the impacts of the pandemic to be a multi-year process and would like to strategize on a more efficient and strategic use of the available balances of those American Rescue Plan. With that, there could be a lot more to be said, but just to make this brief, I'm open to any questions as it relates to the multiple requests as we happily engage in the restoration of some of these cuts in the 2021 budget cycle.
Thank you, Ms. Molina. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Molina or Ms. Farrell Harrison or anyone else on staff? Okay, I don't see any questions by council, which is interesting. So that's good though. Let's open up the public hearing. And it's the same as before. If you are joining the meeting by, I guess it's Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. If you're joining it on your phone and you wish to speak, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to speak when your number is called. Do we have anybody who is interested in speaking on this item? I don't see anybody with their hands.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, we have none.
None. Okay, so then we'll volley back to the council then. I'm going to close public comment, and I see that Councilmember Chavez has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, since it's your motion, do you wish to speak to this motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think it's great news that the Biden administration is giving us some funds to help out. I know we're lucky in Costa Mesa that we weren't hit as hard as other cities were. And due to this, we're able to replenish some funds that we use to help out our businesses and our residents in Costa Mesa. And for me, the crux of this really is we got to reimburse our employees. We were only in the budget position we were in because our employees took it upon themselves to really be the bastion and hope for our city of Costa Mesa. They're the ones who literally took money out of their pockets during a pandemic to ensure that our community was safe, to make sure that no one lost their jobs in fire and police department, to make sure we had the same quality of service during this pandemic. And I think there's nothing more better to do than just give them back the money that they gave us in these hard times. So I'm more than happy to make this motion. I think it's a great thing. And I'm happy for our team that all of us pulling together to make sure that all of us can get through this pandemic together.
Thank you very much for those words, Councilmember Chavez. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, do you wish to speak on the motion?
Councilor Chavez keeps like taking all the words out of my mouth. But yeah, no, I think this is a good day. I'm sorry it's so late. I doubt that many people are watching this, but this is a big deal that this is the beginning of a return to normalcy. So I'm excited we could do this. To be clear, we have just enough. Carol's got just enough to restore the furloughs and to reimburse employees for what they gave up. This is not the time to try to get raises or do anything else. Like we are being very careful with how we treat our Biden bucks, which I know Carol is very tactful not to say. But yes, we are being careful with like how we use that money. And so, this is the bare minimum to start getting back to normal. I know we've all got a laundry list of things that we want to put in the next budget cycle because that's what we do as council members. But let's get past this first hurdle. Thank you.
Do any other council members wish to speak on this motion? Okay, I don't see any. I just want to say a few words. Just again, thank you so much. I said it before to the 8 bargaining units that came up and stepped up when we needed them most to agree to this furlough. Thank you very much to Ms. Farrell Harrison and Ms. Molina for doing something that I don't think had ever been done in the history of municipal government, and that's negotiate 8 consecutive collective bargaining agreements within 30 days. And necessity is the mother of invention, and we needed to do it, and you guys came through. And now, by virtue of the stimulus package and the American Rescue Plan that was signed by President Biden, we're in a happy position where we can reward the bargaining groups that stepped up and helped us, and we can reciprocate, which is always a good thing. And to end the furloughs is a great thing in terms of service to the community, and to reimburse the amount that they were willing to forego in their compensation is a wonderful thing, even though we didn't meet the threshold that we had negotiated. But that also shows for this council, if I can count and I see where the votes are going to go here, that this council was willing to also meet the bargaining units and the employees in halfway and cooperate. And there will come a time again where we're going to need to work together, and we're going to need to ask for sacrifices. And I hope it doesn't come while I'm on council, but it will happen. And these many of them will be here, and I appreciate their sacrifice. I'm very happy to vote on this motion. Call for the question, please, by voice vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you, and thank you to staff for this, and to last one, and also to the President and Congress. So the last item is item number 3 of new business. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Mayor Stevens.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and read the title. Oh, I know you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Reynolds. You need to recuse yourself, but I'll give you an opportunity to do that. Why don't we just do the title reading, and then you can speak.
Thank you. This is request council direction for a mini pitch soccer facility. Presentation by Mr. Minter, Parks and Community Services Director.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Now I'll interrupt. Yes, I need to recuse myself from this item because I serve as a board member at one of the organizations on this application. So,
which, before you go, may I say is a shame, because Councilmember Reynolds, it's in the record, brought this item to council. But thanks for your work today, Councilmember Reynolds, and we'll see you next time.
Councilmember Reynolds, are you going to leave the meeting completely because this is the last item, or do you want to go into the waiting room?
I'm going to take off. But I'll watch. I'm going to watch you guys, but I'm going to take off.
All right, thank you. I don't blame you. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have from Mr. Minter, we have a brief verbal report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much. And if I can, excuse me, echo your concerns or your sentiments towards Councilman Member Reynolds for bringing this forward to us for our evaluation. This particular item, as written in the item, is asking council for direction to explore different potential sites for an opportunity with the U.S. Soccer Foundation and the Orange County Soccer Club in partnership with Musco Lighting to bring a single or multiple mini pitches to the city of Costa Mesa. I think it's a fantastic opportunity that, on behalf of the Parks and Community Services Department, I'd love to explore. I think the guidelines as presented in the packet from this opportunity are for sites that are pretty much ready to go. They're looking for flat, paved, concrete, or asphalt spaces that they can come in, do some infrastructure improvements, and provide an exciting recreational opportunity to our community. Finding that exact site is going to be, I think, the challenge, but we're looking for your direction for potential sites, as well as giving staff the opportunity to meet with, whether it be private property owners or school district property, whatever the case may be, to evaluate those sites and bring them back to council for further direction. I do want to note that Jeff Garner, who's the president of business operations for the Orange County Soccer Club, is a guest on the call. He may want to take a few moments later to say a few words as well on behalf of the club and the opportunity. But as stated in the item, we are looking for direction from council for this particular mini pitch soccer field concept. I have been in communication, and we as staff did meet with members of OCSC previously to kind of discuss the types of things they would need for us moving forward. I think that's it in terms of my comments, but I'm here to answer any questions or help clarify anything if I can for you all.
Do any of the council members have questions? Councilmember Harper. Oh, you're on
Harper,
mute.
you're still on mute.
I sound better on mute.
There you go.
Is the effort, Jason, to look at and I support this. I like the idea of it, and I've talked to our council member Reynolds about it. But is the effort you're going to take to look for mini pitch? Could it be expanded to look for soccer fields? Because I do have, and I brought up to you, I think I brought up to you before, I do have a similar situation with the Slammers Football Club that will donate $2 to $3 million in renovating and putting in turf fields and lights and amenities to existing soccer facilities or new soccer facilities. I just wonder if that could be done at the same time.
As this particular project was brought forward for mini pitches specifically, and in the in the project requirements, it talks about an open concrete or asphalt space. I don't think that's the intention of it. Perhaps Mr. Garner can comment as to whether or not there's flexibility in that program to include turf. I didn't see it anywhere.
It wouldn't be in this. It wouldn't be in this. It would be just in addition to looking a little past that. I'm not trying to interrupt this project at all.
Councilmember Harper, can I make a suggestion that during your council comments, you could request that staff, take a look at that.
Okay, thank you. That answers it. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? I just have a quick question. Mr. Minter, so if we say go forward and explore that, then is it going to come through the PAX commission, or is it going to then come directly to the city council once if there is something that materializes from the work that the staff does in finding a site?
I know our partner organization, or OCSC, they are hoping to move swiftly as they are already in the midst of project fundraising. Again, Mr. Garner may be able to speak to that. This may not be the only project. There could be 2, 3, 4 that they do down the road. If we have time to bring it forward to the PACS Commission, that way we can have ample public review. That would be, I think, the ideal scenario. But it depends on the timing and whoever the landowner is for the potential project site.
Councilmember Harper, you have your hand up. Did you have another question?
No, I think it's comments. I made a mistake, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, we have a great resource here because I don't know if you all know this, but Councilmember Harper's daughter is a Division I soccer player. So we've actually got a lot of resources on this council regarding soccer. So anyway, let's hear from the public. It's the same drill as before. If you're on Zoom and you have a hand raised feature, please raise your hand. If you're on the phone and you wish to speak, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to speak. So we do have the aforementioned Mr. Garner who wishes to speak. So Mr. Garner, you have 3 minutes within which to speak.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'll be brief. We've been working with Mr. Minter and city staff to hopefully secure a location in Costa Mesa to bring one of these mini pitch projects. We currently have funding already secured for our first mini pitch. And so while Costa Mesa is our first choice, we are exploring opportunities with other cities. And we are also seeking funding and are very close to securing funding for another 3 mini pitches after this, with a total goal of building 4 to 5 mini pitches across Orange County. The idea is to use either unused or underused facilities, old tennis courts, basketball courts, parking lots, and repurpose them with what is approximately $100,000 build for these mini pitches, and then to also provide programming from a professional soccer team on a regular basis, probably at least once a month, where we could hold clinics and different community events, as well as supporting other community events that may be at those locations. And so we would like to move quickly, particularly on the first mini pitch, which we already have funding for, although there will be additional projects over the course of the next year. And we would certainly like to see one of these end up in Costa Mesa, if at all possible. Thank you.
Mr. Garner, may I ask you a quick question? So if a property owner, like let's say a property owner that employs folks or maybe even a school or a church decides to partner and build on their property, would they get preferential access to the mini pitch?
I'm sure we would be very open to working with them. And yes, I would think they would be able to use that as they see fit, as long as it is fulfilling the general purpose of providing a sort of community asset, particularly for underserved communities, which is the whole intention of this program. And so I think as long as the spirit of that is met, then I think they could have their choice of times or programming or different things they would want to do there.
Councilmember Harper.
Mr. Garner, can you clarify you build the facility? What's the arrangement with the city? What's the use by your group? I mean, is it just open field? Does it turn into a skate park? I just want to know how it's managed after it's built.
Yeah, these have been built across the country already in partnership with the U.S. Soccer Foundation. And so it is built on a concrete space, and the field is more of a futsal field. It's not a turf field or a grass field.
Right, I understand.
Okay, and then we would like to.
Who manages who uses it? I mean, does anybody get to use it, or is there scheduled use, or who manages that part of it?
Typically, it would be the landowner that would manage it. In most cases, it's a city or a school district. We would like to be able to provide programming there via clinics or other things, and certainly support programming that may be there from the landowner. And then there is maintenance would also be included or would be involved for the landowner which is approximately about $2,000 a month in maintenance, ongoing maintenance. And it would be a piece of land that would not be developed on, or at least the mini pitch would not be removed for up to 6 years.
So you're building these really with the, just trying to promote soccer. Is that a fair?
Exactly. And provide opportunities for underserved communities to have a field and a space to play soccer in a, what would be unused or underutilized area now.
Okay. So oh, sorry. I was going to make a comment, but I'll stop. Go ahead. Thanks, Mayor Stevens.
No, it's okay. We're about ready to close a public comment unless anybody else has any questions for Mr. Garner. Okay, so then I don't see anybody else who wishes to speak, so I'll close public comment and request a motion. Councilmember Chavez, I believe your hand's raised. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I want to move forward with this. I think it's a good idea. And then I can discuss, like, in my comment, I'll discuss some alternatives or options, but I think we should go forward with this. It's a good idea.
Okay, well, let's see if you get a second. Oh, I'll second. Oh, Councilmember Harper, you get a chance to second.
You know, so make sure I get the rules right. I want a second, but I want to modify his motion. Is that appropriate, or am I allowed?
Why don't you can propose a friendly amendment to Councilmember.
This is a friendly amendment. So I want to propose that we move forward with identifying these sites. But I also, I believe this needs to come with a program that the city understands, and a program and a cost structure that we understand. So we're not accepting $100,000 and it's costing us a lot to maintain it. So I think that's my only caveat, that when it needs to come back to council with, yeah, we found the site, here's the site, and here's the cost, and here's the administration around that facility. So it is a great facility. It continues, and it's really a benefit to the community, and not I'll just make, sarcastically, a skate park, right? I don't want it to turn into that, because I think sometimes communities can hate these things. I used to live next door to a basketball court, full court. And at one point, the residents or the city took down one of the basketball courts because who came in to play, it wasn't a good element. I mean, they got neighborhood complaints, so they took down the one end of the basketball court because they had complaints. So that's my long-winded second. That's probably the worst ever.
No, you're good. And to your point, Mr. Harper, that's all stuff will probably have done anyways to come back to us. But it's good that you're thinking about that already. For my comments, just to go on to everyone else.
Wait a second. So the motion, what's the motion again? And let's make sure we get a second.
Yeah, it's to move forward with the understanding that staff will come back with the appropriate information for us to know what we're going to be paying for when we receive the grant.
And is that something you're willing to second, Councilmember Harper?
Yes, and I just want to make one more comment. Am I allowed to make a comment, John?
Well, wait. If you're willing to second it, that's good. Let's let Councilmember Chavez make the comments, and then you'll be next after that. So, go ahead, Councilmember Chavez. Comment on your motion, and next up will be Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great idea. One of the things I always point out to is kids in my district love soccer. Everyone loves soccer. It's a global sport. And any chance we have to have more open space for our community members, all the better. And also, I just want to do a quick shout out to OCSC because you guys actually do clinics at Save Our Youth in my district. So I want to say thank you for, going out to the community and really be part of Orange County and making sure that we're investing in our youth and investing in this culture of making soccer and more popular in California. So thank you for that. And my last comment is, I know staff will come back with other ideas and other places, but I do think Shalimar would be a really unique place to have this, given that the streets are already completely empty of cars and they have no real grass to play in. And whenever I go, kids are already playing soccer on the street anyways. So just an idea.
Okay, Councilmember Harper, do you wish to speak as the seconder of the motion?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the second as it is. I just want to make I don't want to muddy up the waters, but I'm going to talk about the Slammers Football Club It's a 20-year-old club. It is like one of the premier clubs in the nation. The owner is actually a resident in Costa Mesa. Boys and girls, all levels, 600 players, over 600 players. They've placed kids in college, over 500 Division I, Division II, Division III programs. They offer financial assistance and scholarships. They'd be a great role model for our city, for young women and young boys to play. 3 Nike World Championships, 12 national championships, and professional players around the world. And some of their former players include Kristen Press. So I'm going to go and pursue this separately in a separate agenda item. But I just want to let Mr. Minter let you know that to be aware of that when you're doing these searches and look for fields, because they're willing to redo fields, bring some programs into the city, and kind of they've been in Orange County for, like I said, 20 years. They play in Newport, but they'd love to come to Costa Mesa, and I think it'd be a real cool thing to have them. So with that,
I told you he was a good resource. Coach Harlan, do you have anything to say regarding this item? No? Okay. So I support the motion. I appreciate the comments. Let's, Madam Clerk, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Strong yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yeah, I have to vote yes. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, wonderful. So now's the time in the meeting when we're almost done. This is the time to provide additional comments. City Council, if you wish to speak, please use the whatever, just raise your hand. We have 3 people that, council members that look like they wish to have some additional comments. Let's start with Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yeah, I want to circle back to this question of the West Side ownership overlay. I'm going to get the whole title wrong. I didn't want to distract from the issue especially while we had the applicant on the call, but I fundamentally think some of the, and I have a feeling this is what Councilmember Reynolds was going to get to as well if she had stayed on the call, but some of the comments about increasing vibrancy through building multi-story developments, I think are blatantly wrong. And I think that the intent of that overlay, frankly, borders on racist because of the intent to displace low-income folks, specifically on the West Side with higher value purchase properties. So I'd like us to bring that back as soon as possible. I understand, Ms. Lee, if you want to do that in the context of the housing element, I'm okay with that as long as we don't have an applicant currently working. But I don't want to be in that position again where we've got a set of rules that we fundamentally think are wrong, and we're trying not to punish an applicant for that reason. But fundamentally, I know, at least I disagree with the framework under which we're operating.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm sorry.
Real quick, and then, sorry, just in terms of reports out, I'm on the ACCOC Legislative Committee. We meet once a month, and there's at this point a running laundry list of legislation that we've taken support or opposed positions on. It's a little bit awkward to run through it all in council comments, and so I'm not sure what the best way of sort of disseminating that is. I want to make sure the rest of council knows what's on that watch list. So maybe the city manager, you could tell me what the appropriate way to kind of get that word out is. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, I see Councilmember Harlan's hand raised.
Actually, more of a question for staff, maybe Ms. Lee, on the issue of amending or modifying any of the overlays. I think I'd asked the question before that doing that would require or would trigger Measure Y. I guess my question is, would a repeal of one of the overlays also trigger Measure Y?
Would you mind, Ms. Lee, if I answered this question?
Sure.
Actually, we've been discussing this issue, and it appears to me that if a repeal of an overlay or another zoning code that would not increase density were proposed, that would not be subject to Measure Y. So we would want to look at the overlay compared to the underlying zoning, and if there was no increase in zoning that would result from that repeal, that is something that you could consider without subjecting it to Measure Y.
Okay. I mean, I don't mean to kind of get into the technical weeds at this late hour, but I just want to kind of establish a framework. So if we're going to actually look at any kind of modifications, that we understand what we can and cannot do relative to Measure Y or other legislative issues. So, I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Mar. I think we do need to be looking at the West Side overlay, if not all of the overlays, to see whether or not they're still valid and that they.
Oh. He froze.
Are you frozen?
He's frozen.
Okay. Get him an oil can. Are you back?
I heard myself talk, so.
Okay, good. You're done then, Councilmember Harlan?
I'm done.
The Tin Man? Okay, so Councilmember Harper, your hand is raised and you're not frozen.
Real quickly, it's two firsts tonight. It's my first meeting with Mayor Stevens, and nice job, John. And it's the first time I've agreed with Councilmember Jeff Harlan. So it was a great day. So you all have a good evening. I'm going to go walk my dog.
All right. Well, hey, so I just want to thank everybody for working so hard and being patient with me and kind to me during this first meeting. And thank you for those words, Councilmember Harper, and thank you for the support of staff, especially Alex Gonzalez and Janet Hauser and the IT team and Dane Bora. So thank you. We're adjourned. Great work, council. Great work, staff. We'll do it again on 4/20.